Let the good times collide. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around.
I gotta sing the doom song now.
Video games and laughter. It's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space.
Hell, I like you.
Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're a family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Lay's here, ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
We're the Lashers, a community so strong. Come on, come on, you can't go wrong. Video games and laughter fill the air in this castle. We're a family that cares. Lashes unite, we're having a
Anna
blast.
means family.
Come on,
Family
let's make these
means
memories
nobody
last.
gets left behind.
or forgotten. Yeah.
Good times collide. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're a family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Ladies here ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night. Yeah, streaming all night. Yeah. We're the Lashers, a community so strong. Come on, come on. You can't go wrong. Video games and laughter fill the air in this castle. We're a family that cares. Lashes unite, we're having a blast. Come on and let's make these memories last. Gaming and laughter, friends by your sides. Behind the lash, let the good times collide. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're a family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Lay's here, ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night. Yeah, streaming all night. We're the Lashers, a community so strong. Come on, come on, you can't go wrong. Video games and laughter fill the air in this castle. We're a family that cares. Lashes unite, we're having a blast. Come on and let's make these memories last. Gaming and laughter.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time frame it is for you all. Welcome in. It's Charity Day, Great Palea Charity Hunt Day today. Are y'all excited? Are y'all ready? Are y'all chomping at the bit to see this competition? Especially considering for a rarity, I am going along and competing right along with our streamers today. What's up, everybody? How is everyone? So many people here already hanging, and I appreciate it. We've got Lady Shelby Lou.
Good morning, Starshine.
Good morning.
The Earth says hello.
Good morning, Starshine. Good morning, Lady Shelby Lou. We got Marchioness Isabel in the castle. We got Countess Kathy in the castle. We got Duchess Lilu in the castle. We got Mama Kay in the castle. Whew. All right. Let's see who else we got. Artemis is in the castle. Princess Jen is in the castle. Lady Jekka is in the castle. Everybody. We've got Countess Amelia in the castle. Thank you for showing all of our streamers. Yes, we have 3 streamers plus myself. So you've got Nyx, Cozy Corner, Sheeta, and Melon AO in the competition today. There's Sheeta. There's Sheeta right there. All right. There we go. Okay, I am caught up. Hopefully, I'll be able to keep caught up with chat and everything else. It's going to look a little different today because I am competing alongside of them. So I am going to get off the chatting screen and onto the main screen for today and kind of get things set up because I have to do a few things to get it to work correctly. But you're going to get to see the lovely people. You're going to see all 3 of them right over here on the screen as we are competing. So you'll get to see their screens there. Now let me get our score total situated here. I have to interact and move it over. Move it on over. Boom. There is the score sheet there. Ready to go. I don't have to change anything on the ore count. We're good there. Need to interact with this. Get this set up here. Boom. Boom. Set that like that. All right. Hopefully you all like the setup. Hopefully setup works for you all. As you can see, the chat points are not going to be on the screen. Our chat moderators will be letting you all know what our chat points are in chat today. I just didn't have the space. I'm trying to make it work the best I can for you. But I really like this. I hope you guys are liking this too. Seeing all of the screens at once. I wish I could get this set up. I might look at it a little bit more to see if there's a way to set something like this up for the events when I'm not streaming it, not competing in it. The only problem I have is trying to get to be able to hear one at a time. So maybe I can work on that and figure out a way to make that work. But I really kind of like this. I like seeing all of our lovely streamers right over here. I love that also, like, me getting to see them, it actually looks like I'm looking at them because of where the camera is for me. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I love it. I'm like, hi, Nyx. But yeah, that's awesome. I love that. I love it. So you won't be able to hear them and their gameplay today, except for when we're in Discord chit-chatting with each other, because of it. Look at Sheeta showing off her trophy. I can do that too. Oh. She got her trophy from January's event right there. It's so good. I'm so happy with these trophies. Lilu, you did amazing. Absolutely amazing work for it. Oh. You got like 3 seconds. I do need to set stuff up. I need things in my pocket. So let me get my pocket set up here. Oh, and I need to go quickly buy something from Zeki. So you have until I get my pocket filled. I hope I have enough meals. Okay, we need food. We made Lucky Braised fish for this, especially. Isabel's like, I'm done. I got it. We're good. Where is my Lucky Braised fish? There's Lucky Braised fish. Okay, I'll set the 22 stack there. Slime potions are available today. So let me get... Oh, I have 2 sticker packs in my pocket. We'll take care of that another day. Slime potions. Slime potions. Are they not in the food area too? Slime potions. I'm having those. 4 compasses. That. I didn't water. I did not water at all. I haven't touched it. Oh, I need only 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's in there. Perfect. All right, let's go buy our item real quick so we can have our lucky coin for later. There are no bars? Interesting. No, I just got in the game. I haven't done anything in the game, so... That's interesting. And then we're going to go over to the Great Paleo Charity Hunt plot so everybody can come over when they're ready. Kind of warm in here today. It was a long night for me last night, y'all. There was a lot of stuff going on at work. Long night. I was going to get some stuff done for the charity hunt this morning when I got home from work. But, like... I was like, nope, I need to go to bed. Just needed to go to bed. Buy Mountain Moral so we can eat it. We bought our items, so we'll get that coin. Can we let the mods know they can actually come to my plot regularly today because I'm competing with them, so we can all leave from my plot. Okay, I appreciate that, Shelby Lou, so freaking much. Also, I don't think we need to be part, like when we party up, I don't think we're gonna need to be in the voice chat. I think we'll be okay, right? So you don't have to worry about voice chat for me. If we get the party up, I'll let you know, though. You don't have to stress about getting into the thing. Melon sent a friend request. Perfect. I did not get a friend request. Did she send it to the right person? Behind space the space slash. There's Cozy. Let me get over to the charity hunt plot really quickly here. Yeah, I don't think we'll need it, to be honest. Tell Melon to try again. I mean, I can chit chat with them here in a minute too in the Discord once we get stuff situated. And then we are gonna do chat points today again. So as soon as Princess Jen is ready to go, we'll unlock the mining of the rocks for y'all. Should I? I think I'm gonna change my outfit for today. I don't know if I want to... I only have 2 outfits. Say, ooh, no. We're going to do a new outfit. I think we have time. We have time. Let's see what outfit I want to wear today. It was sent correctly. Cancel. Alright, we'll just confirm that for now. Hold on, let me... I don't have it. Let me see if I can invite them. What is theirs? Can you find out theirs for me? Are we getting that? Maybe? Okay. Melon. AO. AO. PTV. Add friend. Friend request for Melon AO has failed with error response 409. Am I out of friends again? Hold on. But I just added. Sorry, y'all. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, there we go. Hopefully that she got that. Okay, I need to work on my outfit. Hair. That's what I need to work on, because this hair is not matching. Or no, it does match. That's fine. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Does this not save? Do I not have? I do have this saved. I don't have the other outfit saved. Okay, we're good then. We're good. This is the outfit I want to wear. And there is my lucky coin. Which I'm going to take out of this. And put in storage because we don't need them on us. Switch. Let me go say hello to everybody. Hello.
Oh, me. I forgot to add the Discord sound. Give me a second.
Look at you all looking cute. Twinsies over here. Alright. So ready, y'all? I'm gonna
I think they can hear you now, question mark.
the rocks. I don't know. Can you all hear us?
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'll mute myself.
Alright, rocks are unlocked. Y'all, get your rocks. Alright. Cheetah, I saw you showing off your trophy from January.
Yes. I had to find a good spot for it so you guys could see it whenever I'm not in. Oh, I realize you can't see it right now. Never mind. I failed.
Yeah, I feel that myself. Alright, everyone is unlocked, so we're gonna go ahead and go through a few things. Melon, I sent you a friend request to see if that worked. I might have been overcapped on friends, which was really weird because I didn't get yours, but I got Nick's. So, okay, I see you here, so we're good. Crazy. Alright. Alright, so today is gonna be a little interesting, a little fun, a little different, because I am competing alongside with y'all. So it's the four of us competing today. So Amelia will be our kind of like our host-ish voice once we get started. So she's going to be letting us know the sabotages and the incentives that happen, and going with that route on them. And just so we can reconfirm, everybody has all gifting items. So the Silver Wing, the Kitsu, and all that. Nobody's touched them and used them yet, so we're good to go if we need those correct for twists.
Correct.
Everybody's got a lucky coin ready for their halftime?
Yeah.
Yes. a few things that have changed since some of you all competed. Well, Melon, this is your first time officially, and I'm glad we were able to get you into another one, so I'm excited for that. With the kitsus being added into the mining event, if you get a kitsu, you need to let me know. I have an in-game or in real life wheel that I spin on the kitsus. This wheel has sabotages and incentives on them. I will tell you what the wheel lands on, and you will get to choose who gets that incentive or sabotage. As the person who got the kitsu. So, like, for example, I'm gonna spin the wheel here so we can just get a test of it. You're just gonna have to trust me and believe me on what's on the wheel, because unfortunately, because of everything else going on, I don't have space on my screen to put a wheel cam on. But, so this one here, this landed on Citrine. So I'll tell you that the wheel landed on Citrine. I would assume that you would take the Citrine for yourself, as that's points, but you get to do what you want with it. But if it landed on, say it landed on Grounded, you get to choose which streamer gets to be grounded. It also has things like an ore compass on it. So you can get an ore compass. There's other stones on there. There's making a streamer have to, go catch a starred bug or move maps. So if it lands on move maps, you'll get to choose two things. Who gets that and where they get to go. So you can choose, if Sheeta got the Kitsu, she could say, Nyx, I choose Nyx to go to Elderwood. And Nyx would be required to go to Elderwood for 10 minutes. So that's how that one works. Pretty self-explanatory. It's just a little bit of a little bit of the sabotage, a little bit of the incentives on the deal. There is a ruby on the wheel, just so that you're aware. That is there, so there's a possibility on it. So there is that. Slime potions. I don't know if you saw that. They are available to be used. It is a donation. I think, Lindsay, did we get that added to the rewards, or do we need to really quickly do that? Just check on that for me, because I did not add it. I forgot to add that reward with everything else going on.
I haven't played this game in like a month, and I don't know what the slime is.
In Elderwood, the slime used to be broken. You used to be able to run through the slime in Elderwood like nothing. With this update, they fixed it, and so now the slime works like it's supposed to, and it slows you down. So a slime potion, which you can get in Elderwood with essence, allows you to go through that slime with ease, pretty much.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So you can get those. We put them in the rewards to add it to it, because going through that slime is a pain in the butt. But it's going to be a $20 donation to unlock slime for the whole time. So it's not just like you get to have a bottle of slime. If anybody in your stream, if you want it, tell them that you want it. It's $20, and then you get to use slime potions throughout the whole game competition. At halftime, I'm going to let you know, at halftime, it will go down to $10 because half the time is already up. We're going to lower it for the last half hour. Or the last half. So the last 2 hours. So it'll go to $10. Lindsay, I was asking to see if that was added to the rewards. The slime potion. I don't think it got added to the Tiltify. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
No, for me.
The biggest note I want to say is this is basically for your chat, and also just to remind your chat every time you get a chance. When they send donations and rewards for sabotage and incentives, they need, at the end when you check out, there is a comment box. In that comment box, they need to put in there who is getting what. Especially if you get multiple rewards. It needs to say, if you're getting an ore compass and then grounding somebody, it needs to say, Nyx gets the ore compass, Amanda gets grounded. So that we know who's getting what sabotage and incentives. If you don't do that, we're going to have to call you out, and then you're going to have to come into my chat so that the mods can figure out where that's supposed to go. So just as a cautionary for the deal, it makes things so much easier when you put those in the comments of who gets what. Do we have any other things? Most of y'all know how the Great Paley Charity runs. We'll take a break at each hour to make sure that mods check the inventory, make sure everything looks good and is good to go. We'll take a longer break at the halfway mark. So after the first 2 hours, we'll take about a 10-minute break. That'll give you a chance to get up, go to the bathroom, grab snackies, all that jazz. At that time, I'll be doing a mystery outfit giveaway on my stream. Everybody's welcome to come in and do it, to come and enter in for it. It's kind of just my way of thanking everybody for participating in the charity hunt. Also, I do want to just kind of do a shout out today's mystery outfit. So that mystery outfit and the winning mystery outfit for whoever wins the event was sponsored and donated by Lady Violence, aka Queen Lindsay. So shout out for Lindsay for sponsoring that for us this month. And then if y'all don't already know, most of y'all already know, Sheeta obviously knows, we have added a new prize to the charity hunt, and we have trophies that were made by the amazing Lilu. Sheeta got one for January. I'm holding right now the one that's actually going to be going to Ramrod for last month. So it'll say Great Paley Charity Hunt on the front with the pickaxe and a ruby on top. And on the back, it'll have the charity name, the streamer name, and the month and year. So whoever wins will get one of those eventually sent to you. And you'll get a lasting trophy. So shout out to Lilu for making those for us. And I am actively looking for sponsors. If people want to help sponsor mystery outfits for the events or sponsor the trophies, you know, because right now the mystery outfits and the trophies do come out of my own pocket for the event. But I am always willing for people who wants to help out with the charity events in that route as well. So just contact me. All right, are y'all ready? I look amazing. I love this. I love when we're able to do this actually on my plot and not in a tour, because then we all get to see each other and you know, have that little bonding moment. Also, I'm gonna grab this ruby right here and put it in my pocket to start out with. Okay, no, I'm kidding.
I knew you were a cheater. Just kidding.
I mean, or this ruby. Do I get to choose that ruby or that ruby? Or I don't know. I think I have 2 more rubies down here.
I'll take one too, and then you take one, and then we'll be good. Yeah. And then everybody else gets one too.
Yes, Mama K. Actually, we knew. So we had an issue last month. If y'all didn't know, we were supposed to do a charity for a different charity. I set the Tiltify up and everything else, and all of a sudden, it wasn't accepting donations. So we had to, in the middle of the game, decide on a new charity and change everything up. But luckily we knew this one last month because I already had this one ready to go and I tested it, which is why we're at $1 raise. We've raised $1, y'all, already. Because I donated $1 last month to make sure that everything was working right. That was crazy. It was insane. But we're good to go. We are raising money again for RACES, which is Refugees and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. They are based out of Texas, and what they pretty much provide is help refugees and immigrants with, you know, knowledge and of how to get through their process with their paperwork, helping them through the legal services so they can become, you know, either get, you know, their visas or get their green cards or become U.S. citizens, which I thought was very important right now in our country, to support these organizations and making sure that human beings are being treated with respect and dignity as much as possible, and allowing them the opportunity to get the American dream that they dream of. So that's what we're doing for. Are y'all ready to get this show on the road? I say, are you ready to get your butts kicked? But I've only done, this is my third game that I've competed with you all as a deal, and I haven't won any of them. So we'll see how that works out. All right, y'all can go ahead and go to the board. Y'all get a few second head start from me because y'all have to leave before I can leave. Let me make sure we got that together. We get this going here. You guys can go ahead and go to the board and get ready to press whatever button of the map that you want to go to. As soon as I say go, you can click on that and head on out. Up here. Takes a little time for my timer to pop up. You may begin. Have fun. All right, y'all. We're gonna go to Kilma first. We get these donations going. If y'all want to donate again, ! charity link will give you that donation. If we can get one of my mods to put together a little ditty for a pinned comment, saying, you know, to fundraise money for races, there's the link. And use the link. That would be greatly appreciated. We're up to 8 points in chat, so make sure to mine your rock. Yes, mine your rock. Ooh, there's a star garnet. That'll help. That'll help. All right. See how we are doing here. Get ourselves some points. And we're not looking good already, y'all. Where are all the stones? Oop, I see a stone right here. Where are the stones? Oh, Lucky Braised Fish. Alright, well, here's the pile if we need it for later. Oh god, there's a bloom happening over here. Ooh. Stones! A green egg. I need those green eggs, so I'm a-okay with getting green eggs today. But I also want some star stones, please. Ooh, a starred sapphire. I'll take that starred sapphire. This poor bloom is naked. Nobody's doing anything. All right, I'm not gonna go all the way over there. We're gonna turn back around. Naked bloom. Who is gonna be our first donation of the day, y'all? Get some donations in, get some sabotage and incentives going. I did forget to mention the two things. One, don't forget the rainbow fish is an always active point ability. You do get 10 points if you get a big gay fish. And also, if you get at least one stone each, so all of the stones, if you get one of each stone in the game, you do get an extra bonus point as well for that. It's a rainbow set. I believe it's 20 points, but one of my mods can correct me on that if that happens. But just so you all know, those are other options and possibilities. Right, I got some silver, y'all. I got 4 silver. $20 points. Perfect. I was right. Look at me, I was right. Lady Karina, Lady Luna, hello, loves. How are you all? How are you doing? ! Charity link gives you the link if you're wanting to donate. By the way, y'all, I do have the ability for a party up, so that is an option that I can take today. Ore compasses would be wonderful today to have. And the slime is going to be good today as well. But I'm not sure if I'm going to need the slime until the second half. So if y'all want to spend the $20 for the slime, that's wonderful. And I'll make sure to go to Elder. Ooh, Jasper! I'll make sure to go to Elderwood before the half. But all else fails, the second half I'll probably do a lot of some Elderwood stuff. No, she was answering me, Jen, on how much the Rainbow Stone set is. We got a Jasper. We're getting some points. We're getting some points. I do need to make sure I get at least 1 platinum, 1 gold, and 1 silver, because it's guaranteed 5 points as long as we get it. Give me.
Looks like we have our first donation of some silver ore to Miss Amanda Lay.
Let's go get that silver. Thank you for the silver, y'all. Papa, where are all my stones at? Oh. Put it. Y'all liking that twerking Kenyatta? Y'all, I'm enjoying the twerking Kenyatta. Let's have it happen more often. Let's get those donations.
And we have another donation that has come in for additional silver ore for Miss Amanda Lay.
Ooh, getting them silver. Let's go, silver. Ooh. Oh. Clay. I need the clay too, so I need to make sure I don't delete the clay. Jackie, you need some sleep, ma'am. I'm glad to see you here lurking and hanging, but I want to make sure you get some kind of sleep. No stone. Where are all my stones at? So,
Nyx has just received some gold ore.
Who received gold ore?
Nyx.
GG's, Nyx.
Sheeta has also received gold ore.
Go lay down, Jackie, and rest, ma'am. Please, and thank you. All these Proudhorn beetles that I'm, thank you. I appreciate you, Jackie. Go with some rest. I love you. We'll see how it goes. I've never won a competition. Like I said, the few times that I've competed against everybody, I've never won one. So, we'll see. We will see today. Oh, I hate this one. I'm gonna stay way over here. Loot. Okay, we're good. Starstones, where are you? We've only gotten a Jasper today. A Jasper, and then we've got 4 silver, but I think we've got 6, right? Because we have 2 donated. Manifesting. I appreciate that manifestation. We'll see. I'm gonna need some help. Support. Some ore compasses. I'm gonna need... We do have the ability for a party up, thanks to Shelby Lou. Speaking of that, Shelby Lou, if we do have a party up happen, I will have you invite me to a party. And when that happens, just to make that easier. And if I do win, by the way, the mystery outfit will be a giveaway. Just so you know. I can't really give myself a mystery outfit. So, it'll have to be a giveaway. We're not having very much luck in Killama. I might have to move. I mean, we're only 10 minutes in the game, but, like... Kilima is kind of not doing it for me right now. Luna Shay is not allowed to enter. Luna Shay doesn't win mystery outfits for me. She wins plushie. Alright, we got a quartz. We got a quartz. I do want to try for that rainbow point though, because hi, I'm gay and I want rainbow. So we will try for that today and see if we can get that to work. There's play down there. There is play down there. Ooh, more silver. One more piece of silver. One silver. Where are we at? $21. We've raised $21, y'all. We can do better than that. Let's get some more money raised. Let's do this. Luna does have great plushy RNG luck here. Yeah, let's get those points in. Money in. Money, money, money. Money. Oh my god, where are all these stones?
We have more silver headed to Nyx.
No! Oh, Nyx doesn't... Okay, well, wait. Nyx doesn't have any... It has only one silver anyways, right? Or does Nyx supposed to have 2 silver? I don't know. No, Nyx got a gold. That's right. Where are all my stones? In-game RNG luck goes out the window, right? I mean, as long as you got RNG somewhere. Where are all these stones at? Which
Nyx
plushies-
Cozy Corner has been donated the use of an ore compass.
Oh, man. Which plushies are those? I'm curious.
I'm using that right now.
More silver. Three more silver. Let's go. Ooh, I finished my tea. I did not grab another one. You got 5 plushies last night? GG's, Jackie. Go to bed. I love you. Oh, more silver. Let's go. Who needs an ore compass? Oh, and an onyx. 3 more silver pieces and an onyx. Let's go. I need some points, y'all. I'm falling behind. I'm falling behind. But I think I just took the lead in silver, though, when silver gets added. I have 11, 12, 13 silver, I think. Which will put me in the lead. I have 11 silver in my pocket, and I think I got gifted 2 silver. Yes, let's get those money raised. Oh god, y'all, I think we might have a twist coming. We might have a twist coming because I think we got enough money for a twist.
Sheeta was just gifted our first ruby.
Let's go. GG, Sheeta.
I guess I don't need to borrow it anymore.
Yeah, but you know, this ruby you just got was only 10 points, but the ruby you could have stolen from me was 25 points. So
But that's cheating.
wait, what? What's cheating?
If I stole your ruby.
I need some points, y'all. I need some mad points. Falling behind. Kilima is doing me so
A slime
dirty.
potion and an ore compass have been donated to Miss Amanda Lay. Also, Amanda Darling, I need you to hit the random chaos wheel for me.
Oh. Everybody needs to catch a bug. That's the random chaos. Catch a bug.
Done.
Are there even bugs over here? I guess the best thing for
Done.
me to do... Sorry, I'm muted. I have to go over here.
Caught one.
This was bad timing for a bug. I got mine. No stones, no bugs. I know, right? Alright, where was I? Already... I don't even remember where I was. Coming around here, right? Already went up there. Lucky Brace Fish is doing me dirty! I'm in... Can you grab, please? Ooh, there's a quartz. Hopefully that helps you, Isabel, better. See, what else do I need over here? I need an emerald. I think that's the only stone I need to find over here for my rainbow set. Here's some more silver. Ah, 2 more pieces of silver and a quartz. Need that. Need that. Oop. Oh, dang it. It's a green egg. That doesn't help me. It doesn't help me here, but it does help me later. I do need the green eggs, but dang it. Ah, sticker pack. God dang it. I don't need a sticker pack right now. That twist has a... Oh, a Jasper. I'll take the Jasper. That sticker pack twist hasn't come out. We have slime potion ability. I appreciate that. We do have an ore compass. I think I'm going to save the ore compass for Elderwoods, probably, or Bahari. I just feel like the way I have my route set for Kilima is not going to be worth it. Andy! Hi, Andy. How are you doing? Ooh, a star quartz. That's going to help the star count for chat. Another green egg. That's right. I need the green eggs. I need the green eggs. Fine. Blah. Let's go. Get those donations in. Amazing, y'all. I'm so happy right now. Over $300 already raised. No. Why would you stop me with that? I don't want to party up with people right now. I'm working. I'm working here. Another quartz.
Sheeta, someone really loves you. You have been gifted gold. You have been gifted an onyx. You have been gifted silver. You have been gifted platinum. And you've been gifted an ore compass.
Good galley, thank you.
You are very gifted.
Nick's Cozy Streamer has also been gifted silver.
Dang it, y'all. We're behind on silver again. Give me silver. 13, 14. Need more silver already. All the silver I've been finding are small bits of silver, so that's not helped me, but it's helped me obviously getting silver, but I need a big silver block. Hey, every donation matters. So thank you for donating. We're $331 raised so far, and we are only 30 minutes in. That's amazing. Where are all the stone? There's a citrine. Oh, I forgot about the citrine. So now we do just need an emerald to have all the stones from here. All right, we still have an ore compass to use. But I'm like I said, I'm holding on that. Yeah, it can. That's probably why I didn't, like, talk about it. The only one I absolutely need on this end is the emerald. I mean, I need all stone, all money, but, all the stone. Starstone. Dang it, green eggs. Green eggs and ham. An onyx. We got an onyx. I'm expecting a twist anytime now, to be honest, because we're hit $331. We should definitely have a twist coming. A quartz. All of these beetles I'm passing up right now. Falling so far behind, y'all. I'm gonna have to go. I think we're gonna be going to Bahari here in just a second. As soon as I finish this round, I think we're gonna end up going to Bahari. Oh, a starred citrine. Let's go. I'm gonna add all of those to the end of my counter at the end of the stream, I think, to make things easier for me. But a starred citrine, that's helpful. Yes, let's keep those donations going. Shit, that's blinking. Don't go away from me. Oh, this, ooh, that's a big rock. It is blinking. Ow. No. Let's go. We're almost to $400 already, y'all. I think I lost a stone over here because those were blinking. Alright. No emerald this round. We'll make it back into... Ooh, big silver. Yes, please. This is what I needed. I need... lots of
Nick's
silver.
Cozy Corner has been gifted an aquamarine and platinum. We also have
silver.
a slime potion for Melon.
I also got something else at that time, but I don't remember. I don't see what it is. Let me move this down here, though. All right. Should I be going? We'll do a quick home break real quick. A quartz, thank you. I was like, I saw it, but I couldn't remember what it was because everything else was going on. Have you had a time change? We did have a time change a little while ago. It's 5 o'clock my time right now. 5 p.m. Why? Okay, there we go. And we're off to Bahari. See if Bahari can do better. I'm trying to decide if I should do my ore compass now or later. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock my time right now. We did spring forward a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna do my normal run at the bottom half, and then I think I'm gonna use my ore compass for the top half. What was it? It was like beginning of this month, I think. I don't have to get it, but we're getting there. Alright. Heart Drop Lily is gotten. Because I did it. Bye.
I have journeyed back from the dark canyon where the mods live. And our first twist is everyone needs to go see their kitsune and see if they got arrows as a gift.
Keep in mind, you do not have to do that right away, just whenever you have the time. I was just home. I was just home. Just home. It's fine. We'll go back after this. We'll do that in a little while.
I am at my kitsune.
I need to fall off yet.
I got arrows.
Is it the rock garden? I don't remember which one is the kitsu.
The kitsu is the kitsu. It has the kitsu on sitting on the table. What arrows did you get, by the way? Because the arrows are different points.
Fine arrows.
And I don't remember what the points value is because I don't have the sheets open. And Amelia is not in here to hear you. So.
I'm
Fine
seeing
arrows.
Young Silverwing Nest, Pixie Grove, Ancient Galder Statue, and Ancient Rock Garden.
Is it the rock garden then?
It's a rock garden.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know the name
Okay,
of it. I just know that
thank
the
you.
kitsu sits on it.
Okay.
Somebody got fine arrows, Amelia. I don't remember what the point value were for the arrows, but I know slow down, dispel, and fine arrows all get point.
Yes, I will confirm that in the dark crevices where the mods live.
Okay, I got slow down arrows.
I want to say slow down arrows were 10, fine was 20, and dispel was 25, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I don't have the sheets up like I normally do. I got a citrine.
I have asked a question, yet I also received a question. Who got the fine arrows?
It was Sheeta.
Sheeta, thank you.
You're welcome.
And someone got slow down arrows.
And someone got... That was Melon, if I remember correctly. Right?
Yep.
Fabulous. Okay, the point totals is 10, 15, and 20.
So yeah, so I was right. 10 points for slowdown, 15 for fine, 20 for dispel. I should know this all by heart, you know, you think, because I created it, but it's a lot to remember.
Well, also, as closely as I work with you on this, and as many of these as I am in here, I'm like, I don't know anything.
Princess, so flat is a little different. So it is in a total base. So if you look down here below at the very bottom, whoever has the most platinum will get 20 points. Whoever has the second most gets 15. Third most gets 10. And the last place, the fourth place spot gets 5. That's for gold, silver, and platinum in its individual rock. Or individual set. I hope that helps, chat. Ooh, some gold. We have some gold. It's a tiny gold. It's a baby gold. It doesn't give any points. It adds to their total amount of platinum. So, like, for example, right now, Nyx has 14 platinum. So she is in first place. A Star Citrine for me. And then Sheeta has 1 platinum. So she's in second place. The us two have 0. So if you were to give Melon 2 platinum, that would put her in second place. Because it's the total amount. I hope that helps. Thank you, Andy, for trying to help with that too. I appreciate it. How many gold? It was 3 pieces of gold. Mining gods, what are you doing to me? I am thy queen of mining. Give me star stones. What are you doing to me? I don't think... Oh, well, I got a star citrine, yeah. Oh, there's a garnet. We got a garnet. Thank you for that clip. Oh, true. Where are they? $23. We have 23 minutes left in the first hour. 23 minutes left. Another garnet. We're at $401 raised, y'all. Let's get to 500. Can we get to 500? Struggle busing. Struggle busing. I know. I gotta hit the rock. I was trying to get the stones into the rock, so when I hit the rock, it would come out of the rock. That's what I was trying to do. I don't think it worked, but I tried. There's another garnet. Oh my god.
Nick's
these
Cozy
boys.
Corner has received some platinum or...
Sheeta's already at 100? 100? Is that right? Holy cow, what is Sheeta doing? 124 points? in 40 minutes? What? Peter! How is that possible? What is she doing over there? There's RNG. Ah! That's crazy. This is insane. There's a citrine. I think I'm going to use my ore compass at the beginning and next round. We'll start the next round, still in Bahari. There's a garnet. We'll do the north side of Bahari with the ore compass. And then I'm gonna go to Elderwood. Because we do have the slime potions. I want to make sure I get into it. Make the money worth it for that. Whoever donated it. Heartburn. Come on, come on. I haven't gotten a single, like, well, garnet, I guess, but, like, I need an aquamarine, I need a sapphire. There's another starred citrine. That's 3 starred citrines we've gotten. I have to get some platinum. But we're gonna go to Elderwood next hour. We have 16 minutes left. 16 minutes left in the first hour. 16 minutes left, y'all. We have raised $401 so far. Not get much of a height that round, but high enough. And green eggs! They get me every time. I'm like, oh, green egg. Oh. That's 10 green eggs we've gotten already. I don't even remember how many I needed to finish my bundle. And ham. I don't know. That sounds delicious, though. Oh my god. These stones are killing me! Of course they're ladybug. I did it myself. It's fine. I think this is the most naked I've ever seen up here. Holy cow. Something happened to Melon's sheet. If y'all can't figure it out, I'll look at it and fix. There it goes. I forgot to go around the corner. Thank ya. Don't you do it! Don't you do it! Oh my god, where are my star stones? I'm falling so behind, y'all. I have 12 minutes left. This hour. I feel like I'm chasing somebody else out of this, and that's why, maybe. There's just seeing a lot of blinking stone. Oh, I know where I'm at. I see the score. Stars though. What you sharing? Just not getting what I need. Can't always get what you want. That's what my brain is telling me now. Ten minutes left in the first hour. 10 minutes left.
You just scared the absolute shit out of me.
You're welcome. Restful. Kenyatta is ready to twerk again, y'all. We should have enough time to get this first little part in the back done. Oh, lucky braised fish. Focus, Amanda, focus! Which will get us right to the back door of our house. Which will be perfect, because then we'll go home. We'll unload, we'll get our, kitsu, and, repair. I need to repair. Where are all the stones at, y'all? I see some gold. I see some gold! Let's go! I need the gold. 4 pieces of gold, let's go! Need that. More than that, but come on. Take what I can get right now. Oh, that was gold, but it's just... This game. What are you doing to me? Give me points. We got 6 minutes left. Green eggs. Every time. All right. We got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left of the first hour. 5 minutes. I'm gonna load the other plot that has all my items, my gifting stations on it. So do that. My Dr. Seuss, I know, right? I am heading to my Kitsu. Come on, Garth. Don't fail me now. Freaking fur. I should have done this before stream, but it's fine. Alright, we're gonna go out the back end so we can be ready to start over there. Failing, y'all. We're failing. Minute. I know. Fine though. Like I said, we're in Bahari. We will start our ore compass as soon as we start back up. Try to find us some gold. Increase our gold. It'll help us find large iron. It does not show large stone anymore, so that's gonna be helpful. 2 more minutes. There's a citrine. David! What's up, David? How are you? Oh, there's a garnet? On your last couple of minutes of break, well, welcome in. I'm failing right now at the Great Paley Charity Hunt. PETA is like smashing it in this first hour. It's insane. She got a taste of that trophy and wants another one. Nothing.
Grab my Kitsu Petchu. Got me.
You're off in 2 hours. We are just finishing up the first hour of the competition. So we have 3 more hours of competition to go. So we will still be here when you get off. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Sorry, time got ahead of me. We are a little bit into the second half hour, but not much. Just seconds. Or a minute. Pull up your inventory so that mods can check your inventory. How y'all doing? First hour. I'm just gonna tell you, Sheeta, what the hell are you doing over there, ma'am?
I'm just, doodling around.
Jeez Louise. Oh yeah, so we raised $400 today. We're at 401. I say 400 because of course we started off with $1. The $400, which is amazing the first hour, y'all. That's absolutely freaking awesome. Mods are going to check scores, make sure scores are good to go. We'll go over the scores and let you all know where everybody's at once we get those finalized.
Sorry, I should wait to drag stuff out of my inventory until I'm clear.
Yes. You can rearrange your inventory at the current moment, but you can't delete anything yet. All I gotta say, by the way, one of us needs to get a Kitsu today because I want to be able to spin this wheel. I don't even
It
care
needs
who
to be
gets it.
me. It needs to be. I've never caught one.
But one of
I
us has got to
haven't
get a
either,
Kitsu.
but I gave up hope, to be honest.
Same.
I
You know,
I
it's a
have-
solidarity.
I have
Yeah.
gotten a few, but to be fair, like when it first came out, I took my laptop to work and I spent 3 days non-stop over 1,000 repair kits in Elderwood to get that Rainbow Kitsu. That
Oh my
first
gosh.
Because I was like, I have to have a Rainbow Kitsu. Like, why?
Well, this
like,
is this is my second charity hunt since the Kitsus have been out,
right.
and I haven't gotten one still.
One of us got it. We did not. Nobody got a Kitsu last month, but I think they came out in December, right? Because with December we had one, and January somebody got one, but nobody got one in February.
My chat just manifested a plushie for me. It was very sweet.
Oh. Did any of y'all take a look at my layout for today? I worked very hard trying to get it situated because all 3 of you all are up on my screen right now.
Oh, I love that.
Let me look.
I was like trying to find a way that people can still see you all while they're seeing me, because usually I just, filter through you all's screens and we have to watch you all play. And the only thing is I don't get, nobody listens they can't hear you all, your streams, I mean. So, but it's a good option. I'm gonna filter around it, play around with it. We might do something like that for the regular rounds. But I gotta figure out a way to like pop over to sounds for you all, to filter through them. So I'm gonna figure something out. But I do like it. I think it looks really cool. I also like it because
I know that there's also an option to do like stream together, that you can click a separate link and that you can see like everybody that is streaming in that scene.
So the problem I have with Stream Together is it does boggle computers, and it can slow down computers at times. That's my concern about it, and so I've thought about it. I haven't decided if we're gonna put it into it yet. But also, mods, can somebody let me know when you all are good? Because I feel like you all should be good by now, right? It's been a little while longer than normal.
I shouldn't have looked at the numbers. I'm anxious. I'm scared. I'm scared, chat.
you do know that you what?
I have returned from my journey to the moderator, Crevasse, and all the scores are good. They are updated.
Perfect. All right, so let's go over scores real quick. In fourth place right now is Melon at 68. I am in third place with 69. Let's go. Okay, anyways. That's the only reason why I'd be okay being in third place right now, just so I can have that 69 number. Nyx is in second with 83. And Sheeta, whatever you were drinking over there or eating, you need to share. Because Sheeta is at 141 points already. It is insane. I want to say that might
Dr.
be
Pepper.
that might be the highest score we've gotten in the first hour ever. I'm not sure that's 100% accurate, but I feel like it is.
It's take a break for a couple weeks and don't play any games. I don't know. It's luck, I guess.
All right, and let's go over the count. So I know somebody came in my chat asking about the silver, gold, and platinum. So I'm going to reiterate how this works. They are individual scored, and whoever has the most silver at the end of the game will receive 20 points. Second place receives 15. Third place receives 10. Fourth place receives 5. Usually this game is 5 streamers, so there's usually there's somebody who doesn't get any points. Because it's only 4 of us, as long as you get one ore of each, you're guaranteed at least 5 points. So keep that in mind, streamers. I'm giving you that little insight, let y'all know. So in silver right now, Sheeta is in the lead with 39 points. Or 39, not points, sorry. 39 silver. I'm in second with 23. Melon is at 17. Nyx is at 2. In gold, Melon is in the lead at 26. Sheeta is in second with 17. I'm in third with 7. Nyx is in fourth with 1. Platinum, Nyx is in the lead with 22 platinum. That's insane, by the way. Man, that's crazy in 1 hour. Sheeta has 1. And then me and Melon said we're not going to Elderwood this hour, so we have 0. So that is our scores. Y'all have any questions, comments, concerns before we get started on our next hour?
I gotta wait till the time starts to delete stuff, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Right. Any other questions, concerns, comments? We ready to go? We are at $400. Yes, ma'am.
I must speak to the viewers. Dear viewers, I normally mod these events, so I speak for the mods when I say this. We don't get fed unless we meet our totals. Please donate more so the charity mods can eat. Please, we're begging you.
I was gonna say, Amelia, let's make the goal. If we hit 450, when we hit 450, we'll do another twist. We'll get some of these twists going.
450 sounds good.
So this way we can entice people to donate and raise funds. The top goal is $1,000, but obviously we want more than 1,000. Because more than 1,000 means that more than 1,000 gets sent to races. So let's do that, okay, y'all? All right. Let's get started in our second hour. Again, we'll be taking a longer break after this hour. All right.
You're all beautiful. I love you.
Love you.
No, you. Just kidding.
No,
I mean,
you.
not just kidding. No, you. That sounded bad.
Y'all,
okay.
Y'all may begin. Let's get it.
Actually, dear ones, I am the most beautiful.
Agreed. Mostly because I'm scared if I say no.
Jasper!
What will
we got
happen?
a Jasper!
What the mods will rain hell on. Okay,
right.
let's go. I'm caffeinated.
ore compass. That's what we're gonna do. I'm using my ore compass. $80, $100, $100. We'll take the 80 first. Food for mods too. I mean, food for streamers. Green eggs. Freaking free. They're driving me crazy. 180, 190. We'll go to the 180. Nick's crashed. Everybody pause, please. Pause what you're doing. We have a crash happening, so we're going to try to see if we can get Nick's back up and running real quick. So if anybody can just pause for a second. Sorry, guys. Just try to be fair. I don't know what happened, so hopefully somebody, one of her mods has got contact to let us know what's going on. This really sucks for me because I have an ore compass going, but it's fine. Nix is looking into it. Okay, thank you. In order to
The
save my
inner machinations of my mind
compass, I think what
are
we're
an
gonna do
enigma.
is we're gonna continue. If a mod can check that timer when she gets back up and going and get started again, and find out what the time difference is gonna be, and we'll just give her some extra time at the end of the hour. I don't want to lose my ore compass, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't want that for anybody else either. So we're gonna go ahead and continue. And Ahmad, if you all can just keep an eye on that time when she starts back up, okay? And
I've
give her
got
that
it
extra
written down.
Alright, timer is started again. You all may begin. I just want to be fair, because I would try to be fair with somebody else on ore compass as well. Alright. Like I said, we'll just give her some extra time at the end of the hour. Okay, I need to refresh. Also taking time off my work. Need to interact. All right. Also took me out of this interact. It's just my ore compass. It's fine. Why are you not? Great. Figure that out later too. Good timing. Alright, we'll just know whatever time we have time left for her. There's a garnet. Oh, large gold, large gold. Oh no, medium gold, medium gold. Seven pieces of gold. Go. Green eggs. Killing me. Iron. This ore compass is gonna be a dud for me. I mean, at least we got the gold. Like, that's the one thing we've gotten out of this ore compass. Another little baby gold. That adds 3 more pieces of gold. An aquamarine. Got an aquamarine. Now we need a sapphire. And an emerald. And then the 2 stones from Elderwood. I think that's all I need. Emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and ruby. Green eggs. A garnet. We're just not having much luck. Let me head north, and maybe I'll catch something up here northwise. I thought the ore compass would be better off back here, but it's not looking like it's doing me any good. My luck has just not been doing very well. This may have not been the smartest time to do the ore compass.
2 points have been stolen from Sheeta and have been given to Nick Cozy Gaming.
The stealing has already begun.
Well, that's because I didn't give clear instructions. That's fine.
This is nothing. What am I doing? I think this is a waste of an ore compass. It was not a good idea, I don't think. Now things are popping up. We're gonna go to this one first. I'm gonna work our way over there because there's multiple over there. Oh, you're gonna be down. Little bit of gold. 2 pieces of gold. I'm about to lose my ore compass. I'm just trying to memorize where these might be at. We're on the other side. Iron. Stone. Failing. I was afraid of that. And we'll work our way up there. The garnet. Okay, it was large iron. Grenade gets me every time. An aquamarine. Alright, y'all. Ore compass is done. My ore compass is done. I'm going to Elderwood, y'all.
Amanda, please tap the chaos wheel for me.
Okay, it'll be just a second while I load the ore to my other stone. I'll have to fix it. It wasn't working for a second. Give me a second. Everybody has the ability to do a party up if they have that party up ability. Everybody gets a party up. Chaos Bill says, here, let me help you if you can. Okay. So I do have a party up. Did it not show up? Did it show up that time? Yeah, I was fixing it. That's why you were hearing sounds, but not not Dill. But everything looked good, right? Y'all saw that? We're good? Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna save my party up. If I can get an ore compass donated. I kind of want to double up and do an ore compass and a party up at the same time. I think that would be the most beneficial. And I'm trying to figure out if I want to use it, where I want to use it at. Where would be the most beneficial location to try to get double.
Sheeta has been donated an emerald.
Kind of am thinking back in Bahari with it to try to get double gold. I don't know. The ore compass here would be nice, but it does show whitestone, so we will have to, you know, deal with the whitestone. Ooh, look at that. That's what I need right there. Give me that platinum. Oh, shit. Somebody else is hitting it, so. 3 pieces of platinum ore. Let's go. I'm going to move the platinum in the silver spot for now for you, Isabel, because obviously we're not going to get any silver over here. Let's go. Nerdy, what's up, Your Grace? How are you? An amethyst! A starred amethyst! Let's go! That's gonna help. Yes! That's exciting. What do you mean you put the platinum in?
I have made a mistake. That last emerald was for Miss Amanda Lay. I apologize, dear viewers. I'm delirious with hunger. Please make more donations.
I'm sad now.
I apologize profusely.
Dive into
Also,
life right
we
now?
have reached 450. Our next twist is first competitor to get a sticker pack. Please let us know.
I said that I moved the I moved platinum down so you can see it. I moved silver up because we're not getting any more silver right now, so you can see it on the bar. That's all. Alright, amethyst. That's so exciting. And an emerald. Thank you for whoever donated the emerald.
I got stickers.
Oh my gosh. Rigged. Rigged, I say rigged. Oh.
Who said that? Who got the sticker pack?
Nyx. I did,
Thank
Nyx.
you. Okay.
No stones over here. Shenanigans, I know, right? Alright, so we need to find ourselves our ruby. Now my question is, if I find that ruby, do I leave Elderwood and try to go and get the emerald and the sapphire? Because even though we got gifted an emerald, I have to get it. I have to get it in the game in order for it to count for the rainbow donut, the rainbow bonus. Shibby, what's up? How are you, Shibby? Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Okay, so we gotta start amethyst. Can we get a starred ruby, please? That would be awesome. Do I need to come down here? Is there anything down here? I think I see a stone over here. I do. Okay. Dang it. Those eggs are gonna get me every time, y'all. Every time I'm gonna get those eggs. Those eggs are gonna pop up. Oh, I got some. No, never mind. Oop, there's a stone right here. $471, y'all. $471. All right, y'all. $471 raised. I'm gonna say let's do another twist at let's do 500. Nyx didn't say anything about her party. Is she starting her party now? Because I need to start her timer.
I already started the timer. I've got it.
Okay. I don't need mushrooms. I need stones. so it don't look like we're gonna be getting an ore compass. Ooh, there's a citrine. I kinda just want to hold off with the hopes of getting one. Already up. Ooh, ore. I feel like that starred amethyst was like false hope. False hope. W, which adventure zone do you feel most comfortable with? There's another citrine. Kilima. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I do need to get more silver so I can take the lead in silver. That's the one I'm closest to taking the lead from. And I still got to get that emerald. But I also need to get a ruby and the sapphire. Starred ruby. I don't even care if it's starred. Like, starred would obviously be great, but I just want the ruby so I can have it. More stone popped up over here. I just saw it. Yeah. And the Elderwood, this route here, I'm still mastering, I guess. Trying to figure out the best way for it. I definitely don't want to do it. Oh, there's a Jasper. Do it over here. I definitely want to do it either Bahari or Elderwood. If we had an ore compass, I would probably do it in Bahari. But I'm thinking if we don't... There's a citrine. If we don't have an ore compass, Kilima might be better. Just because then we can fast go through the whole, my whole map for all double loot. Because that's the most solid route I have is Kilima. Oh my god, how many times do I have to hit this one? Jeez Louise. Okay. Maybe we'll start that. We'll do our party up at the beginning of the next hour, Shelby Lou. That'll give me this time. Here, I got 30 minutes to get through Elderwood. And that'll be a fresh start to start in Kilma after the halfway mark. Alright, y'all, we need $30 more. One random chaos donation will hit us at 500. Can also really use an ore compass around here to find that platinum a little easier too, but give me that ruby. Please. Give me a ruby. I am getting some pretty good points right now. I am, a little bit better right now. Sheeta is only, looks like 39 points behind me. This is blinking. We're gonna go right to this. Not my normal route, but I feel like I'm always behind someone. I have no twists to worry about right now, where I think we're caught up on the twist, right? So, because somebody already got the sticker pack, so that's already been taken care of. There's another amethyst. Not starred this time. Can you imagine how many clicks I would have right now in Bongo Cats if I had Bongo Cats open? I didn't have Bongo Cats open because I had to restart the computer, get everything reset, and I didn't load it back up. Because I don't have it on this screen anyways. Also, y'all, we are 6 followers. Look at that convention going on over there. 6 followers away from 3K. No. Really, they made that just a tad too long. A Jasper. A Citrine. Potato counts for 50 points, right? Alright, y'all. Kenyatta is ready to twerk again. We are only $29 away from hitting that $500 mark. That's just one random chaos donation. So let's get those donations in. Let's hit 500. We have 24 minutes left in the half. So let's try to get that hit before we get to halftime. Dang, green eggs are gonna drive me batshit crazy. How many eggs have we gotten so far? 25. Well, I guarantee now I have plenty of eggs for my thing. Also, I need to fix this for you. Let me see. We'll move the quartz up. Move the amethyst down. Move the garnet up. And move the starred amethyst down. Look at that little baby platinum. Almost got missed. Give me that platinum. Two pieces of platinum. Go. Damn, I thought this was another piece of platinum, but it's only pallium. I almost got excited. Well, I mean, it's still nice, because that's where rubies come from, but... No. Yeah, we got 20 minutes left. So this is the Great Palea charity hunt. We're raising money for a charity today. Is RACES, which is Refugees and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. But we are competing against 3 other streamers trying to get Starstones. Starstones count for points. And then the streamer with the most points at the end of the game wins. They get a nice little trophy and a mystery outfit. And how we raise money is through the donations. And you can send rewards or sabotages, incentives, pretty much, to streamers and help a streamer out to win the game. By either sending sabotages to other streamers, like making them have to stop mining and have to go fish, or making them be grounded and have to go home. Or gifting them a ore compass, so you can incentivize a streamer by allowing them to use an ore compass, or being able to party up with their friends for 10 minutes. Lots of different bonuses. You just have to go to exclamation mark charity link. We'll give you the link to that. And you can donate to help raise money. We've been doing this since June.
Nick's Cozy Corner has been gifted some silver ore.
We've been doing this since June of 2024. We do it every month. And we have raised over $55,000 for charities. All kinds of different charities. Exclamation mark charity link. We'll get you the link for it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Linz. Oop, you're blinking. You're blinking. Don't go away from me. I want you. I want you to want me. Alright, I will use the slime potion once we get out of the cave. We have 18 minutes. Does anybody know how long the slime potion runs for? I mean, I'm not letting it matter. I've got plenty. There's a starred citrine right there. Alright, let's go inside the cave, see what we got there. About 5 minutes? Okay. That should be good. I'll use a slime potion once I get out of here. I'm not gonna get lucky in here, am I, today? No. There's a rock here, never mind. Yes! Yes! Give me that platinum! Almost missed this. Platinum! One more piece of platinum. Look at us go with the platinum. We're not... I don't think we're going to get that first place in platinum, though. But we can at least keep secure the second place in platinum. This 31 platinum is, like, crazy. That's crazy platinum. Alright, y'all, we are $22 away from the $500 mark. I'm gonna get, I guess at least getting that one piece of platinum in here probably was worth it in the long run. Usually I have better luck inside the cave. $16 minutes left in this first half. 16 minutes left, y'all. If you're gonna use a party up before this hour, you probably want to make sure you try to get it done. If not, I'll have to wait until the next hour break. All right. Done inside the cave. Use a slime potion here. So that I don't have to worry about... Yeah, oh yeah, that's so much better. Nice. Okay. We used to not have to worry about it at all because the slime wasn't even working. But on this nest update, they did fix it and put the slime back to working. So there you go. I'm really curious about how many eggs everybody else has gotten. I'm afraid that people probably put their eggs away, and so we probably don't even know, but... Another amethyst? Who is it? Oh my god. I thought it might be one of our streamers competing, and I was like, no, get off my server. Get off my lawn. But it wasn't. It wasn't. We're good. We're good. My server. There we go. Another donation. Let's go. No stones there. Let's check up here. Stone up here. Nice. Done.
Cheetah, I need you to go catch me a fish, please.
Ooh, gotta go fishing.
Okay.
See, that's how we feed the mods. We have to go get them fish.
Well, you're next. I'm just kidding.
We got 12 minutes left. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Ba-doop, psh. Ba-doop, psh. I love it. Ba-doop, psh. Alright, we're done up here. See some rock over
I caught a
here.
fish. But it was only a sardine, so I guess only one mod gets a bite.
Ew.
Amanda has been gifted platinum ore.
Yay! Let's go. That's good. I need platinum. Oh no! Climb, climb, Amanda. Okay. Think we are done with this little area. Back out. We've got 11 minutes left. 11 more minutes left in the half, y'all. 11 minutes. We're only $9 away. $9 away from 500. Come on, all. We can do this. I want to go this way first. do it. That did it, y'all. Let's go. We hit 500. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Do I need to repair my tools before we head to Kilna? A ruby! We got a ruby! Let's go! Yes! And more platinum right here. So we definitely are good with Elderwood. We do not need to come back to Elderwood unless we want to. We've got everything we need. From here, we need to get a sapphire and we need to get an emerald. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I think that's all I need. Is, an emerald and a sapphire now to get my star, my rainbow. Let's go. It wasn't starred. It wasn't starred, but that's fine. Like, just getting the ruby is plenty beneficial. Let's freaking go. Right at this last little second, too. We got 7 minutes left in this round, in this half hour, or this hour mark.
Cheetah, I need a starred bug from you, please.
Ooh. Okay, Mama. Jen, should chat with Jen. She's got a good, little, like, post that she's been making that makes something. Platinum. We got more platinum, y'all.
Got a starred blue butterfly.
4 platinum. Let's go. 4 platinum right there. Ooh-wee. Let's stinking go right now. Let's go. But getting that first place in platinum is going to be kind of difficult. I mean, we just made it a lot easier for us, for sure, but... Alright, we'll head back. Still, we'll, head home. Unload. Making sure I'm not missing any stone on our way. Man, that was exciting. Okay. We got the ruby out of the way. Mom's here, so hopefully now that Mom's here, we can get that sapphire. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. That, I'm gonna say, I feel like that was a super successful Elderwood. I want to say that was a freaking completely successful Elderwood. Clean this up. Put that up there. We're gonna stick that out of our way. So we're gonna probably need that silver down under. We'll organize that part later. We can organize when we're paused. Perfect. All of that is taken care of. Took care of everything we need. Go. Star and Ruby for Jackie. All right, Jackie. GG's. Let's go. Okay, we're good there. I'm gonna grab my lucky coin now because I'm already here. I'm okay. Like, it is what it is, right? We're gonna need that at this halftime mark. It is 2:20 p.m. So we'll probably, if you're listening to me, Amelia, just so you're prepared, we're probably gonna do our 10-minute break first. And then we'll go and do hot pot and coin. I think that might work out, right? Three-minute warning. 3 minutes left in the half. And we did hit 500, so I'm assuming we'll start with a twist the next half.
Amanda, of course, I'm always listening. Just as a reminder, because Nick Cozy Gaming went down, she does have a 3 extra minute at the break.
Correct. So, and I can start that timer as soon as I pause the timer, or you can do the timer, it doesn't matter. Let me know.
Since you're pausing the main timer, you can run the timer for her extra time.
Perfect. 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I don't have a lot of time, so we'll see if we can get a couple rocks over here real quick. Oh my goodness. That little end in Elderwood was so freaking exciting, y'all. How about Ruby? This poor pile's just sitting here. I do need to make sure before I get off the game today, y'all, I have to go and talk to Ulf. So I'll have to run and do that. You got a butt plushie. Let's go, mama. You got 1 minute. Oh, that is not a rock, Amanda. We're gonna try to get these rocks in here. We got 30 seconds. I think there was one I missed over here. I'll have time to hit this one. The one across the way. There's a citrine. There's one here. Can I get to it? This is my last rock. I have to go over here. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and pause. Except for Nyx, continue going. You got 3 minutes. Everybody else, if you want to go ahead and go home, grab your lucky coin and head to the underground. We are gonna pause first, and then when we come back, we'll do the lucky coin and the wheel. Actually, we could probably do the lucky coins now, and then do the wheel, and then do the break, if y'all want to do that. Y'all want to do that first? 'Cause by the time we get done with the lucky coins, by the time we get done with the lucky coins, it'll be time that we could do the hot pot, and then we can go on break. And then when you finish your round of hot pot, what you can do is you just go to the central stables of the adventure stone you're gonna start the next round at. Pop up your inventory, and then you can go on break. After you're done with your round of hot pot. That is my plan, Shelby, yes. We're gonna do the party up as soon as the clock starts back up. So if you want to meet me at the Central Stables in Kilima, that's where we're gonna start it at. When you're down there, you can go ahead and get your lucky box. And then let us know when you're ready, and we'll do one at a time for the lucky boxes. How the lucky coins work, it is, I'm looking off the top of my head because I don't have the sheet in front of me. But I believe it's 15 points for furniture and 20 points for a plushie. Mods can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I'm ready to open mine whenever.
Just making sure that I'm right on the scoring of that before we do it. Being a part of it, I don't have the cheat sheet like I normally do. 10 for furniture, 20 for plushie. Thank you. Okay. And who was ready?
Cheetah.
Go ahead, Cheetah.
Onion seeds.
Onions. Yeah, I have the
Ripper
worst luck with these lucky coins. But let's see if my luck is good for now. You ready? Mine is onion seeds.
Oh my god, twinsies!
All right,
Melon
you
is
ready, love?
ready.
All right, go ahead. And then Nyx, you can pause and tell her. Go ahead and come on
Pink
over. You're done.
Maji plush!
Look at you with the plushie. GG's, Melon.
It's a baby.
You're just a baby.
Oh.
I'm still a little bitter, y'all. I'm getting over the bitterness, but I'm still a little bitter that plushie's in the game. Because I spent money on that plushie.
Fair enough.
But I'm getting over. And then, yeah, Nyx, just let us know when you're ready for your coin when you get to the Underwood.
With lucky coin, right?
Yes, so you'll grab your lucky coin and then head to the under. Oh my gosh, this is what happens.
The underground,
yeah, it's the underground. As soon as 6 o'clock starts, you all may begin your hot pot. How hot pot works, just as a refresher. If one of my mods want to put those points of hot pot in my chat so I can know. If you win hot pot, you do get points. And then you'll spin the wheel if you win. If you get okay, so you get 10 points to win hot pot. You get 10 points if you get furniture, and you get 20 points if you get a plushie from the wheel. So there's an opportunity of 30 points in your hot pot. Six o'clock has started. Y'all may begin. Oh, I don't want to play against Melon. I'm gonna go over here on this corner.
I'm ready to open.
Go ahead and
I'm
open.
so stoked.
Dispel arrows.
Dang. All right, start your all's hot pot. As soon as I finish my hot pot, I will go ahead and get the mystery outfit going in my chat. Usually that's what I use as my timer for the 10-minute timer, because it'll go on for 10 minutes. While anybody is over here when we do the mystery outfit, make sure you guys mine your rock, and get entered for the chat points, because chat is playing along with us. And Mama D, where are our chat points at? Chat points are a little lacking right now. It's at 60 points. Chat has 60 points right now. I think y'all can do better. That's even with a starred ruby. Or in the chat points. I need to mine my rock over here too. I haven't even mined my own rock. If I get a starred ruby, do I get to add it to my own points? No, it's fine. I just got platinum ore. It doesn't matter. I don't get to help chat at all. I'm so ready to finish this hot pot round so I can go pee.
I was telling chat that I was like asking streamers, do your butts hurt?
Oh my god,
'Cause, like-
right? So bad.
Okay, I actually have a butt pillow.
No, no!
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
just threw away my third. Oh, my match. Oh,
You're talking to me?
I'm so sorry.
Like, yeah, literally.
I threw away my spice sprout.
I need to get a butt pillow. I feel like this chair, unfortunately, like, I think I leaned forward too much, and so, like, this chair is, like, leaning forward now, like, constantly. I need a chair. I need a butt pillow.
It's worth it, to be honest. I have a butt pillow and a lumbar pillow.
Well, I have that lumbar
have,
pillow that came with the chair, but I don't know.
Man, I can't believe I did that. I just like cost myself a win. I'm so mad. I
Who
got
did
excited
that?
talking about butts.
Oh, Melon did it. The butt will distract. Speaking of
Okay,
butt,
now
have any of y'all watched Heated Rivalry? Oh.
no.
Not yet, but don't spoil it for me.
The butts. If you all like butts, you all should watch Heated Rivalry. Just for the butts alone.
I will tell Linda Belcher.
Butts, legs, abs, faces. It's all on there. It's a full buffet.
Just need one card.
I have been watching Bridgerton.
I've heard that's really good. I need to watch that too.
It's very good. Also, I have been on a rewatch of all of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars. I'm
so behind on
obsessed.
RuPaul's. I've stopped watching it a lot of the time, to be honest.
That's fair.
Just need one stinking card. Yeah, I won my hot pot. Give me something good. And I got a plushie! Yes! RNG gods.
No way.
Let's go. What I get?
Plushie gang.
Let's open it up. Here's the plushie bag. I got a giant Magi plush.
Okay, now what
All
do we do?
You're gonna go to the central stables of the adventure zone you want to start on, and then you're gonna pop up your inventory so that the mods can check your chat, or check your points, and then you can go on your break. Go potty, go check with your chat, whatever you got to do. I'm gonna.
But if you want to empty your pockets first, can you also stay at your own plot?
If you want to stay at your own plot, you can. Yes, I'm considering that as a central stables. Yeah. So you can stay at home, you go home, or go to the central stables of where you're starting, where you want to start. All right, there. Let me get over here to my Mix It Up and get this giveaway started for the mystery outfit. Again, a shout out and thank you to Lady Violence for donating the mystery outfits today for our halftime giveaway and our winner. I did say, because I can't really gift a mystery outfit to myself, if I win, it'll just be given away.
I just lost to 3 bots.
Oh no!
I hate it here. Oh, it's because we hit the
16 rounds.
Yeah, what the hell? I technically won.
Yeah, when you hit the 16 rounds, it ends the game.
I hate it here. Okay. I'll go to my central stables.
All right, 10 minutes has started. The giveaway is active over in my chat for everybody. Anybody that wants to enter, you all can enter. And I'm going to go potty and I'll be right back. You do, yeah. You do have to be following and to enter, so make sure you guys are following. I apologize, it just makes it easier for me to find you all and all that stuff. Which also means I'm probably going to be going potty.
Princess underscore Sodi has become a
we might hit
Lasha.
our 3K followers while I'm in the bathroom, but it's fine.
Princess underscore Soli followed your channel.
Frankenessy has become a Lasha.
Frank and Nessie followed your channel.
Mariposa Foxel
And
has
now
become a
during the
Lasha.
break, let me set the scene. In the arms
Terry Animedia has become a Lasha.
angel. Your donation not only goes to a fabulous charity, but also, when we meet our goal, some charity mods get to eat. Fly away with me. Pictures of sad charity mods.
Stop. That's crazy. Oh, okay, sorry, continue.
Not them leaving the call.
It's the Nuts has become a Lasha.
Princess, try refreshing
followed
the
your channel.
stream sometimes that helps you, to get in there. And, thank you, Princess and Franken and Mariposi and Terriana, Tarian Amelia, and it's Denots. Oh my god, I love that. Okay, thank you all for the follows. I appreciate those. Y'all, we are 1 follow away from 3K. Alright, I'm gonna do some organizing here. We're gonna be going back to Killamus. I'm gonna move these up. Move platinum up. Gold up. We need to make sure we have quartz. And silver, which almost gave me a heart attack. We're gonna move these up out of the way here. I can move these down. All right, we got 5 more minutes of our break. Did anybody else win their hot pot and get spin their wheel? Didn't anybody get anything off their wheel? I didn't hear anything, so I'm just making sure we got those points taken care of.
Nope.
Isabel, are you good with my points so I can go? I need to buy I'll wait. I'll wait. I can't believe I got
In the arms of an angel, fly away. Your donation
no
to
there. No.
also completes our goal, which feeds hungry mods everywhere. Please donate. Also, I have heard back from the mods crevice that the scores are good.
Right. We'll go over the scores as soon as everybody is back and ready, and we'll go over scores. I like that we're exactly halfway through the competition and we're exactly at halfway to our goal. Thank you, Ada. Yeah, it does sometimes take time, unfortunately. Yay, there you go, princess. Let's go. And we've only gotten 16 people entering into the giveaways. So the likelihood of somebody winning is a little higher. We got about a minute and a half left. Who's gonna win? I mean, you got a plushy Ramrod, but it does not help the score. Ooh, there's an amethyst right there. That's some good chat point. Yes, if you want to get some shout outs, now's a good time for that as well. Any second, we should have a winner. Who's gonna win, y'all?
You gotta have
Anna G, let's go! If you can let us know what your in-game name is, and if a mod can write it down, I'll send you a friend invite, and then I'll get that outfit over to you. It may be tomorrow. Just because, like, I do have to work right after this event, so if we have time afterwards, I'll try to get it over to you afterwards. If not, I'll send you the friend invite tomorrow. But GG's. All right, as soon as you all are back and ready, let me know. We'll go over the scores and we'll get our second half started.
I'm ready whenever.
All right.
I am Heather.
Thank you, Melanie.
Is that
This is great.
grammatically correct?
I'm Heather? I don't know. Don't ask me about grammar.
Ma'am, we hit rocks. We don't do grammar.
What's grammar?
The funny thing is that I was a copy editor for years. So if anybody knows, it's me.
And it looks like Nix is back as well. Looks like we're all good. Looks like everybody might be back. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go over scores. You all know where the scores are currently.
I think we
Nix-
shouldn't. I'm
We
just
got to. We got to. Nix is in fourth with 122. Melon is in third with 134. Sheeta is in second at 180 or 168. And I'm in first with 175. That hot pot was like golden for me, y'all. Just saying. That's what did it.
rigged.
I never get the plushie on Hot Pot, so I'll take it. In our silver, gold, and platinum. So starting with silver, currently Sheeta is in the lead with 39. I think that's not what I wanted to do. Move you over. Second place goes to Melon with 28. I'm in third with 23. Nick's at 11. In gold, Sheeta is in lead with 53. Melon's in second with 26. I'm in third with 19. Nick's is at 1. In platinum, Nick's, what is your platinum goal? Because good lord. At 60. 60 platinum. I'm in second with 12. Sheeta and Melon, just so that you all know, you all are tied in third with 1. Now, I'm going to let you all know, that means both of you all, Sheeta and Melon, you both have currently 15 points for platinum. That will change when one of you all get off of the 1. It'll go to where one of y'all, it'll actually mean both of y'all will go down in points, because one of y'all will have 10 points, one of y'all will have 5 points. But just so that you're aware on how that works, because I know some people get confused when they're watching my stream and seeing the scores, and then they're wondering why, you know, one person got another platinum, but their score went down. That's why. I just wanted to add that now so people can hear that before we get started. So I'm not trying to explain that while I'm also competing.
Melon, I won't touch it if you don't.
No, Your Honor.
That means somebody needs to donate a platinum to Melon, okay? Oh, I'm kidding.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah.
She said, hell yeah.
All right. Let me get my there. Are we all ready to start our next hour? Let's get it going. You all may begin. I am using my party app.
I'll be in your party.
Shelby, are you gonna add me? Okay, perfect. I think I want to. We'll do our normal route. We only have 10 minutes, so let's go here. I don't know if we'll go this route. Start here because this is where the most of the.
I'm going to use my orc compass.
Oh, I didn't freaking repair. Shit. Oh, well, that worked. Double quartz. I need a repair. Maybe we should go this way if I'm gonna have to repair. I don't know if Amelia started my timer, so I started a timer just in case. We'll just go ahead
Your
and do our
timer
normal
is
route.
started as soon as you join the party with Shelby.
Turn my timer off. My poor stream deck's gonna be like, but I'm supposed to be used today. We already got double quartz, so that's a good plus right there.
Okay, competitors, our twist for reaching the 500 mark is the highest score in Metal Choppa. If you don't know, Metal Choppa is the game that you can play in the underground or on your plot. It looks like a little old-fashioned vintage gaming thing, if you're not familiar.
Question, do we have to?
No, you do not have to participate in the twist if you don't want to.
Heck yeah. Because
How
it's
much
not
points
going to
is
be
that?
me. I die every time.
We haven't done this one before. Let me double check. Off to the crevasse I go. I have returned from the crevasse. It is worth 20 points.
Alright, we'll do that after the party up. I think I'll do that. Citrine, 69. Nice. I feel like champ points should be higher than that. It's crazy. Quartz. Where are my stones at? Nothing there. Is anybody else still weirded out that the Snowbird's not there anymore? To be fair, we both missed it that time. Jakey, Shuriken, 80 streams. Let's go. Another quartz. We need a emerald. That's what I need from here, is an emerald. I mean, all the points matter, but an emerald will help us get one step closer to that rainbow set. I would have loved an ore compass for this too. Oh, Jasper. We got a Jasper there. Here's some silver. Give me double. Dang. 3 silver. 3 pieces of silver there. I was hoping for double there. I'm gonna pop. Yeah, there's 1 stone right over here. I normally don't look at that when I'm on a normal route, but I need to start doing that because there's usually sometimes a stone right over there. Yep, don't forget to get your, mine your rock and continue adding points to the chat. Emerald. Emerald. Double quartz. Another double quartz. Let's go. Jakey, give me that emerald. I need that emerald, not you. Give me that emerald back. I hate this rock. Luke. Back away. Ugh, green eggs. Forgot I was gonna ask if they knew how many green eggs they got. There are no rocks over here. All else fails, it was a beneficial party. Because we got, what, 3 double quartz?
Amanda, your timer has ended for party up.
Alright, Shelby Lou. Kick me from the party. Thank you. I feel like it was still beneficial. We got 3. I want to say we got 3 double quartz from that. So would have been nice if we got that double silver. 5 silver out of that little thing. 5 pieces of silver. Let's go. Was that like a makeup for not giving us double silver? But we got. Yeah, I think it was 3 doubles. That's crazy. Crazy beneficial. Alright, y'all. Okay, y'all. It's been a little quiet. I would like to see Kenyatta shake her booty. So let's get some donations in here. Let's raise some more money. We are only halfway through our goal. So let's get it.
Pictures of sad charity mods everywhere.
I have 32 gold in my pocket.
Emaciated. Starving.
Plus the 2 to put me at 34 gold or silver. Which means I'm only like 5 silver away from first place right now. That green, every time I see it, my brain goes, emerald! No, it's a green egg. Emerald! No, it's a green egg. Yeah, my total silver on the sheets are incorrect right now. $436 in mining. Emerald! Emerald! Let's go! Let's freaking go! And 8 silver right there. That puts us at 40 silver. 40 silver in my pocket. Let's stinking go. Alright, I think I'm gonna finish this little route here until we get to the... No, it wasn't. We got an emerald, ma'am. Emerald, right there. Nice try. I'm gonna finish this little route here until we get to the, travel board. And then we'll go to Bahari. To try to get that sapphire. Shelby Lou, if we get a party up, it'll be Bahari. Y'all, if anybody is willing to donate, I would love an ore compass and a party up. So we can try to get that sapphire to get the rainbow. Am I correct, Isabel? That's all I need, right? Is a sapphire? Okay, I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll go and do that. I do want to finish this route, though. Yes, one sapphire. We can do it. Mom, give me the sapphire blessing, please. Another quartz. Open my pocket. Am I good? Okay. Another citrine. I'm kind of debating whether or not I should wait to do the Choppa run until later. See if anybody else does it, see what score they get. And play that game with it, the wait game on it. Another quartz. Alright, so that looks like this might be it here. We'll head to Bahari. Again, if anybody can donate a party up, an ore compass, I would appreciate it. Hi, Shelby. Bye, Shelby. Been a very quiet 20 minutes. But hi, bye. Alright. Manifesting a sapphire. Mom, if I get a sapphire, when I get paid, I will give you a mystery outfit. Now, relinquish the sapphires. Ooh, look at this big piece of gold! Let's go! And now I get nine gold. And now I get a sticker pack. Let me move the gold down for you. We'll move the emerald up so you can see the emerald. And the garnets. I'll replace it there so you can see the garnet. Ooh, Jesus. Come on, give me some stones. I want a sapphire.
The Chaos Gremlin has paid us a visit. Amanda, tap the Chaos Wheel for me, please.
Everybody must chop 5 trees. Stop mining and chop 5 trees.
Melon is done.
Nyx is done.
Sheeta's done.
Amanda's done.
That did not satiate the Chaos Gremlin. Amanda, please tap the Chaos Wheel again.
Melon just got gifted a piece of gold from the Chaos Wheel. I was unmuted for that, right? Y'all heard me say that? Okay.
I said thank you, but I was also muted.
Discord was just acting up for a second, so I was like, okay, was I muted? Was I not muted? Just making sure. A piece of garnet. We got a garnet. A piece of garnet. A piece of the garnet. Those Chaos Wheels were not very exciting. Sorry, Chaos Gremlin. They did not, ooh, look at the gold. Look at the gold. Look at the gold. 6 pieces of gold. Let's go. Alright. Mom, you heard what I said. If I get a sapphire, you'll get a mystery outfit when I get paid. Give it up. We got a citrine there. I don't know if you saw that pop up. A Jasper. That puts me closer to that first place in gold. We still got a little ways to go. We're only, what, three silver ahead? Mama needs new clothes. A garnet. Amanda wants a win, y'all. I want to win one of these.
Elder Gay Guy.
Elder
raided your
Gay,
channel with
what's
8
up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, I'm Amanda Lay. How you doing today? Your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are right in the middle of the Great Palea Charity Hunt. I am the turn of events, y'all. The turn of events. I am in the lead right now, surprisingly. And we are working really, really hard, getting these points in. Raising money for RACES, which is Refugees and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. So if you all would like to help out and donate, !charity link will give you the link. You can buy a reward of sabotage or incentive. If you're looking to incentivize me, I could really use a party up and or a ore compass right now. Or you can go and sabotage Sheeta. That's our current competition right now. Green egg gets me every time. How was your stream, Elder? What were you been up to? I'm unfortunately now watching myself because I was lurking in your stream. Now I'm a raider to my own stream. I love when that happens. Stream was good. Grinding out the board items. Nice. I needed green eggs, and I have gotten so many green eggs today. We're at 37 green eggs today for this event. Yeah. I was part of your raid over to me. So, my next break, I'll have to go and find somebody else to lurk on. I like lurking on streams. I like helping people out, making sure that, you know, you get your viewage, and I like glancing over when I'm streaming. I can't do it very often today because of the event, but I do glance over normally, and I see what, you know, people are doing and try to be supportive. So when I saw that you were on, so I had you up. The red eggs. I find the easiest to do with the red eggs is pick a horn in Bahari, like south of Bahari.
Has anybody else done their heavy metal Chapo?
And just hunting. No, I have not.
No.
Yeah, we need a sapphire. We need a sapphire. If I get a sapphire, I would have gotten every, at least one of every stone in the game, which in this competition is an extra 20 points, I think. So we're trying to get that sapphire manifested. Manifesting a sapphire right now. Also, those that are in here, by the way, my name is Amanda. I'm a drag queen. I just don't in drag very often. That was a garnet I just got. I'm not in drag, but sometimes I'm in drag, but very rarely. We do talk about drag every once in a while, talk about LGBT stuff. And we do a lot of charity work, like we're doing today. Oop, lag. That was not fun. And I am, if you like that idea or enjoy hanging out with another garnet, with people like-minded like me, feel free to hit that follow button. We are 1 follower away from 3K. 1 follow. Which is crazy. Crazy! $30 minutes have elapsed, y'all. We are less than $40 away from 600. If you're wondering why you see so many different screens, the 3 people beside me, those are who we're competing up against. I got it up there so you all can be able to see at least a little bit of what they're doing and hanging out. Usually I'm not competing in these competitions. Usually I'm just like that sportscaster who, you know, calls the competition and calls out the sabotage and incentives and all that jazz. But today I am in the competition, so I'm competing alongside of them.
I got a sticker pack. I don't know if that is still going.
It is not. It was just the first person that gets it gets the points. Come on, Sapphire, where are you? Do some more gold. More gold. That's going to be helpful. Give me good gold. Good amount, good amount, good amount. 5. 5 pieces of gold. Sapphire, Sapphire. Nope, but a garnet. We did get a garnet there. Gita is only 10 points behind me, y'all. We have got to get some pointage in there. We got to work on this. If I can get this rainbow, though, like, that's some good points there. Another garnet. An aquamarine. A little piece of gold. Here's some more gold. We need that gold, because I'm at 35 gold. 39 gold. That 3 makes me at 42. I'm 9 gold away from that first place spot now. Oh my god, lagging. I'm lagging. I am really lagging. Come on, game. Knock it off. Oh my god. What is going on, Palia? Oh my god, Miser. Where is this sapphire? Oh my god, what is going on with this lag going on right now, too? I mean, I'm happy to get points at least. Like, that's been helpful, but... Here's some more gold. I need this gold. This gold picking up is going to be so freaking helpful. 6 gold and a starred garnet. Come on. You. Another section of gold. Let's go. Five more pieces of gold. I believe that puts us tied now in gold. But I have been overthrown in silver. So I'm going to have to try to go back and get some more silver again too here soon. Unless anybody wants to donate me some silver. I'm 9 silver behind. Oh my god, the lag. What is going on? Oh my god, I'm missing. This person's just sitting here. Another garnet, another set of gold here. Give me 5 more pieces of gold. Double check on them, make sure that they're good. I'll interact with them in a minute. Because I have to interact with the screen in order to fix that. But as long as they're still streaming and people can still see them on their end, it'll be alright. There you go. What is happening? Thank you. Come on. You. All right, I don't know what's going on there. I'm not worried about it. It's wasting my time. Taking the lead in gold now. Come on, give me that sapphire. Y'all, we have 20 minutes left in this hour. 20 minutes left. Again, we are $39 away from 600. We're kind of slowing down, y'all. Let's not slow down. Let's get some more money raised. Let's raise that money. I'm hoping they heard me. I don't know. Discord's being really sus right now, so hopefully that was visual. Don't get... You're gonna get yourself stuck. It is stuck. God dang it. Go. What are you doing? Go. I got you unstuck. Yes, I'm yelling at the dang vacuum. It got stuck between me. I got a citrine. It got stuck between me and the wheel. I had to push the wheel out of the way. What is this lag? Knock it off. There's not a time for lagging, game. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I think I have internet going on. There might be too much going on the internet. I have to literally pause what I'm doing in order to fix it, too. So... Jen, can you retract the vacuum for now, please? So I can have one less thing I have to, like, worry about. Come on. Come on, load up.
Streamers, just confirming. Y'all are
Yes.
still going, correct? Make
Correct.
sure we're still good. Continue.
There we go. I hope I'm not getting ready to go down.
15 minutes left in this quarter. 15 minutes left in this quarter.
My OBS is not responding right now. Y'all still see me, yes, in chat? Let me know. Okay. Is anybody on a time thing? Alright, never mind. It's fine. This is my life of trying, oh. Oh. Go. What is going on here? Alright. I think we're back to good. Saboteuges. Let's fight. Alright, y'all. Again, if anybody... Yeah. If anybody can donate an ore compass and a party up, that would be so helpful right now. Get myself back on track. That'll get us those points. Maybe we can get another twist going here. If we hit that 600 mark. Got 10 minutes left in this hour. I gotta find some time in the next hour to do the Choppa thing. Unless I go do it now. I do need the sapphire. It's not like I'm not gonna come back. We still have a whole another hour. It'll also give me a refresh of the map too to leave the map. But that ore compass, though. Oh no, it's Sheeta! Get out of here! Get off my lawn! Sheeta, get off my lawn!
Moving!
Everyone step away from the stone. No need to fight.
You're gonna make everybody think we were into the hour. I almost paused. I was like, wait, am I late? No. We all have 8 minutes, by the way.
That's what I thought it was too.
8.5 minutes left in this hour. What happened? Oh no, Melon took over the second place in silver, y'all. Shoot. Oh, there's an aquamarine. Dang it, Melon. We might have to go get more silver. We're tied. Me and Sheeta are tied right now. Although I don't know if my aquamarine just has gotten added yet, so that might change. Yep, that did change. Oh no. I need the sapphire, y'all. Oh, Melon just took over completely of silver. Holy cow. Also, we lost the gold lead. We are short on gold lead now, too. We got some work to do. We're falling behind. Come on. Give me the sapphire. I guess I'm done. Froggle bossing. Aquamarine.
Last 5 minutes of the quarter, everyone. Last 5 minutes.
I think I'm gonna start the second round doing the metal choppa. At least get those points started. Take a good lead, hopefully, with that. Because I don't know if anybody's done it yet. Because nobody's announced scores of it.
Just double checking. No one's done Metal Choppa yet, correct? Just double checking.
I have.
What was your score?
One.
I mean, technically that's first place right now, so technically she's supposed to be getting the... She should get those points at the current moment. Give me a sapphire. Come on, Palia. You've been doing so well for me today. All I am asking... Well, I'm not asking just for a sapphire, but... All I'm asking right now is for a sapphire. I got a citrine. Go check here in the hole. We've got a minute, 2 minutes left. Can you be my sapphire? A sapphire! Let's go! Yes! Let's get that sapphire! Let's go! That's what we needed right there! We just got our rainbow set. We just grid. I do believe I have obtained a set of stones for my rainbow set. A citrine.
You found a ruby?
Oh, I had a ruby last hour. Let's go! Yes! And now I'm free to go wherever. I'm gonna head I'm gonna head home. We're gonna go home so we can pause at home to do the chop up. Let's go. That's exciting. We do need, we're second place in silver, we're third place in silver, second place in gold, third place in platinum. So we've got to figure out that too. I got 30 seconds. I can try to get all of this out in that time frame. And then I'll reorganize in a minute. Come up here.
Amanda, when you were having technical difficulties earlier, you were paused for just over 3 minutes. So the mods have decided to extend your time.
I'm good. Don't worry about it. Everybody pause. Time start. The hour is up. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and pause. I'm okay. I appreciate the mods offering that for me, but that's part of the catch of me also competing. But I do appreciate the mods offering it. All right, y'all. How are y'all doing? We are on our last hour. Y'all doing okay? Y'all still good?
Yeah.
We're fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I've been struggling for the last 45 minutes to get a sapphire, okay? That was the stone
me with
that
the
was
emerald.
eluding me.
I've been
I've been
struggling
trying for the
2 hours to
past
get a
3
ruby.
hours for sapphire and a ruby.
I can,
Yeah,
the
I still
sapphire
haven't.
is the hardest for
I've
me ever
given
to
up.
get. So, all right, they're gonna check the scores. Make the scores are set up. Just so you know again how the last hour works. For the next half hour, sabotages and incentives, timed sabotage and incentives will still be active. Once we get to that half hour mark, we'll take one last pause to do one final look at the scoring and stuff like that. Amelia, are you prepared to do the score update like that? You're not in here, but hopefully you're hearing me. But the last half hour, usually what planned is there'll be a live active of scores, activating what the scores are live, letting us know, who's getting what points, things like that. But time sabotage incentives will end at that half hour mark. Regular sabotages are still good. They'll still happen up until 10 minutes till the event. At that 10-minute tell mark, all sabotages will end. And then we will start, only incentives of stones will be active at that time.
Scores are current.
Thank you. Are you prepared for that last 30 minutes to be live calling scores, Amelia?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm just making sure before I, become a liar saying how it was gonna work. Let's see. What else are we gonna talk about? So make sure we get those donations in. Again, we are at $561, which means we only made $60 this hour. So we got maybe some catching up to do. Maybe we can get a couple more donations in and try to get us to at least $750. I think we could at least try to get us to $750 raised. We'll hit another twist. No. Go away, Sarah. If we'll do another twist at 600, we'll do another twist at 700 if we get those marks. Let's see. Is there anything else we need? Let me go over our points. Melon is at 144. Nyx at 155. Sheeta 194. And thank God for that rainbow set. I'm at 239. In silver, Melon has taken over the first place spot with 60. Sheeta is at 51. I am at 42. Nyx is at 11. For gold, Sheeta is in the lead at 66. I have 58. Nyx is 43. Melon is at 27. Platinum. Again, Nyx with 60 platinum. Still crazy. Sheeta at 16. Me at 12. Melon at 1. Any questions, comments, or concerns before we start this next hour?
No.
No, I'm just convinced that platinum doesn't exist for me. It's been taken out of my
No, Nyx has just been
game
taking
experience.
all the platinum. That's what it is. I want to say that might be the highest platinum we've ever had that's not been donated platinum. Like, it's insane.
Does that deserve some points? Maybe some pity points.
I'm shocked on the amount of platinum you found. That's crazy.
I agree.
Amazing.
Amanda should give her some points. From your own points.
No, only person that has lost points is you.
You're bully. I didn't lose any points. I mean, I didn't gain any points. You took points from me.
I didn't take points away from you.
Somebody did, but it was someone from
didn't
my
get 'em.
chat who donated.
Did they just put it in wrong? Did they say it wrong in the chat and the comments? Is that what happened?
I like to think that, but then
Or
they're
they
like,
just
it
you know,
was
tried
on
to
purpose.
sabotage you?
He.
You know, sometimes our chat likes to sabotage us. Alright, if you all are ready, I am ready to go. Again, time sabotage incentives, you've got a half an hour to get them in. And, I don't think nobody's got ore compasses left right now. And then the party ups, and I don't know if we still have any of those available yet either.
Off the top of my head, there are 2. I believe Melon has 1.
Melon and Sheeta, but do you all have party up abilities?
No, can I use
I
an
do
old
not.
compass instead?
That would be a mod decision, but I don't think so. But that'll be up to
You
the
could
mod.
also party up together.
I will scurry to the party.
Melon, you want to be on my
No!
party?
Is it okay if I say no?
Yeah, it's fine.
Melon's
It's fine,
I wanna
whatever.
catch up
No
to you.
offense, men.
I'll go cry. It's fine. Whatever.
All the love in the world.
You're like, leave me
All right.
alone.
All right,
Leave me
ladies.
out of this.
Let's get started. Here we go. You may begin. All right, let's get this metal chopper going. I have to remember buttons because it's been a while.
Unfortunately, the crevice has said no.
I figured that's okay. I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, it was from the Chaos Wheel. The Chaos Wheel giveth, the Chaos Wheel taketh away.
Oh, 33. 33 is my goal. Dang. I did Metal Choppa. My score was 33. Dang. All right, where should we go? If I can,
I thought that was over at the last round.
you haven't have until the end of the competition. Kilima? Yeah, I think you're right. Work on that silver. I do need to keep an eye on my gold though. I kind of want to make sure I stay in second place in gold. I need to keep an eye on Nyx and their gold. Ore compass would be so helpful, y'all. More helpful than any round ever because large stone does not show up on the ore compass anymore. So if anybody can donate an ore compass for me, that would be amazing. Party up would be helpful as if we could double up this the points possibly as well. So. And we're raising money. Exclamation mark charity link will give you that Ooh, silver. Yes. Let's go. Give me that silver. And a
Good
quartz,
morning, Starshine.
4 silver and a quartz.
The Earth
CC!
says hello.
Hi, CC! I do need to range this for you, don't I? Let's put quartz up here. Emeralds. We'll move the gold up. I think that covers everything for you. We're good there. So 44 silver plus the 2 I think I get gifted. Puts us at 46 silver. 51 is second place. So we got a little bit, but not a lot. One large silver might be able to get us into second place. How's CC doing? I cannot believe I got that sapphire right there at the end. Woo! That was exciting. Also, main mods, are you all gonna give out the points for the Choppa thing at the end? Or are you all gonna just give it to the person that's currently in the lead and then just take it away if that person, somebody overtakes it? I'm a little worried about doing it at the end because that could change that ending round a little bit. Because then those points aren't factored at all. That's my only concern about that. But if you all want to do it that way, that is, you all can do it that way. That's my only express concern about it. Because I don't think all of them are doing it.
Nyx, you have the use of an ore compass.
I want an ore compass. I'm not sure. I just know that some people, one of the masks, they had to do it. So maybe Amelia can ask that question. Out of the other two that are not, or their mods can ask them if they're doing it or not. Got done with a shower. Nice. We're in the lead, y'all. We're in the lead. I'm excited. We're just trying to keep the lead. Trying to get my silver up a little bit. Just finding the silver is a little hard. Unless somebody wants to donate an ore compass. Hopefully the rest of your day at work was good. You forgot those two either? So forging, they say forging is green eggs, but I feel like forging is anything. I think mining is the best to give you green eggs. I'm gonna tell you now, CC, I have gotten 45 green eggs today from mining. So if you're looking to get green eggs, I would say mining is going to be your best bet. Working trade all day? Oof. Ooh, another starred quartz. We got a starred quartz, y'all. Let me move that for you. That's our first starred quartz. We'll move that in the aquamarine spot there. Silver. Yeah, I just found, like I said, and of course, not all, I did have one party up time frame, but that was only 10 minutes of this round. So a lot of those green eggs, majority of those green eggs came from just solo mining. And I don't think, I think Kilima and Bahari were probably about equal in the amount of green eggs I got out of them.
Using my compass now.
So there's that. There's a green egg right there. Come on, y'all. We need some silver. I really could use an ore compass. I gotta catch up in the silver so that I can take over that from Sheeta. I want to win my first one. That stone fooled me. I thought it was silver, but it was stone. Right here. It just glistened just right. Alright, y'all, it's been a little quiet. We're only $19 away from 600. $19 till we hit that $600 mark. Not the fake silver, I know, right? Melon's at 80 silver. Melon has like gone crazy with that silver. Holy cow. Another green egg. $437. How long have I been without focus? I specifically made freaking Lucky Praise fish for this, and I keep forgetting to eat. Oh, you can't. Oh, yeah, because the timer is blocking it. Actually, let's do. We do that. Will that work? There you go. Jasper. More silver. Six silver. 6 silver there. 1 silver there. Puts us at 51 plus whatever extra we had. Let's go. Does that put us in second? It does. Puts us in second in silver. But I don't know if we're gonna get first in silver. I'm kind of wondering if maybe we should go back to, if we get an ore compass, I think maybe I need to go to Elderwood and work on platinum and try to overcome second place in platinum. An onyx. We got an onyx. Because we won't get first in gold or first in silver. We can't get first in gold. That's too far. But we might be able to take over second place in platinum. We only need 4 pieces of platinum to take second place. So if I can get an ore compass, we'll do that at the half the next 30 when we hit that 30-minute mark. We can't do an ore compass now because it's too late. I'll have to wait. But if y'all can donate an ore compass, I would love that. The only thing we have to worry about right now is if Sheeta is in Killama. We got a quartz. So I'm hoping to get at least one more Big deal of silver. Trying to get a little bit of a buffer in silver. Because we're only 2 ahead in silver. If I can get a party up, and oh, there's another quart, and the ore compass to start the last half hour, that would be even better. Green eggs and ham. What do we got? We got 11 minutes. You got 11 more minutes before we hit that half-hour mark. So 11 more minutes to get those timed sabotages and incentives in. Just 11 more minutes of it. Not a stone, Amanda. Challenges to do for yourself? That's exciting. Come on, give me a little more silver here. A Jasper? That was rude. Hopefully that wasn't silver that just disappeared. I didn't see what it was. Not a stone. I just realized we have not been over on that side this whole stream because we ended killing them both times right here, I think. Oh. That could be fun. Like a speed run competition. More silver. Here we go. This is what I needed. 4 more pieces of silver. Build that little buffer. That's what we need. Alright, y'all, we're getting down to the wire. If anybody wants to do an ore compass for me, you've got to put it in now. Remember, those will get turned off in 7 minutes. Oh, we did hit the 600 mark, at least. So there's that. They should be releasing another twist. That was a quartz. Forgot I did hear it. I just didn't hear anything come from that. But I did hear that. So I don't know what that was from. But we hit 600. Back. Green eggs.
Amanda Lay has been gifted gold ore.
Nice. I don't know if that's gonna be not. I'm not. Just one. That'll bring me up a little bit. Is it enough to try to go over there and overtake it? I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's probably already added into that, so I'm not.
Contestants, we have reached another goalpost. For 20 points, if you find a rare item from the Kilima... What are those little creatures called?
The Kilima or Bahari piles?
Yes, yes, the piles. I was like, what are those? Yes, words are heard. Thank you.
You're welcome.
20 points.
And you can choose Kilima or Bahari, either or. Alright, well, we know the pile's over on the other side, so we'll run over there to focus. We're almost out of focus. We're not out of focus yet, though. Thank you, though, Mom. Millie said I need a nap. Right? I mean, hosting is tiring. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's a lot of work. Trust me, I know. Especially when, you know, donations go crazy and you're trying to filter through the... Oh, look, there's more silver. 3 more pieces of silver. Come on, y'all. Somebody's got to be able to give me an ore compass, right? Somebody, an ore compass. 3 minutes left in, until we hit that the half hour mark. So 3 minutes left. Mine isn't showing you requesting an ore compass? No, I need it's a donation. PC, you gotta do the donation for me to allow me to use an ore compass. I'm not requesting one. I have them on me, but it's a donation. I can't use them unless somebody donates.
I received a potato from the rummage pile. Thanks, Palia.
Potato!
I do be loving some potatoes.
And you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to donate if you are able to donate for that, because the timed sabotages and incentives will end in 2 minutes. I heard the GG. We're gonna run across. Usually I do up and top. We're gonna run across so we can get to that pile before the end of this half-hour mark. Good money, I would. I know, I get it. I get it. It's all good. Trust me. I completely understand as I run into a bench.
Last minute and 30 seconds for timed sabotages and incentives. Get those donations in, please.
Should be able to get this pile real quick. And these stones.
I got Dragon's Beard Pete. It's rare.
Nice. GG's. Got copper. Rude. No, hit the stone. Fucking green eggs. All right, if you're hitting a node, finish hitting that node, then pause. Put up your inventory so we can get one last check of the inventory before we go into our final 30 minutes. Alright, y'all. All-time sabotages and incentives are over. Are done. But keep in mind that sabotages are still activated. It's just gonna be the non-timed ones. So the making people fish or bug or hunt or forge. Talking to an NPC. All of those things will still be activated active until the end, until 10 minutes till. As soon as mods let us know we're good to go, I will go over our scores one last time, and then Amelia will keep us updated as the next 30 minutes goes on ore counts and scores. Just so we can, y'all keep an eye on it and know what's happening. Do you all have any questions, comments, concerns while we are waiting?
No.
Why the long face?
Because you're stressing me out.
The game is stressful, but it's fun. And we've raised $601, which is amazing. Hopefully this last half hour, maybe we can get that to $750 again. This last half hour, lots of craziness can happen. We have seen it, okay?
I'm still begging chat for an ore compass. I'm
I know.
begging. I'm on my knees.
Well, get off your knees, because we can't do ore compasses anymore. That's a time incentive.
Oh, dang.
But to make you
what?
feel better, I have been also begging my chat for an ore compass, and or a party up, or both. So I'm in the same boat. I have not been getting them.
Samesies. I just need this dang ruby to just appear and make my
Jen,
self
are you
happy.
still in the chat? Mom
Scores
wants to know.
are
I think she
good.
wants to see if
Contestants, please fasten your seatbelts and begin boarding Amelia Blake Airlines. It's going to be a rocky road.
I love that ice cream.
Thank you, Shelby. All right, y'all. Let's go over the scores one last time for me, and then well, not one last time. We'll have one more time at the end, but let's go through this. All right, so Melon at 153, Nyx at 167, or sorry, 76. I am reading backwards today really badly. Good lord. Sheeta at 226. I am at 260. This is crazy. It's never happened before. All right, ore count. Ore count has changed all over the place this last half hour. So, for silver, Melon is in the lead now with 111 pieces of silver. I am in second with 57. Sheeta at 51. Nyx at 24. In gold, Sheeta is in the lead with 83. I'm in second with 62. Nyx at 43. Melon at 27. And in platinum, Nyx is at 65. Sheeta is in second with 16. I'm in third with 12. And Melon at 1. I want to say this is probably one of the ones we've gotten so close where, like, the first place is not all on one person, like, and no one has more than one first place, which is cool. And we'll see how it ends. All right, are y'all ready for the final stretch, the final 30 minutes, the craziness of the next 30 minutes?
Ready.
All right, again, timed actions incentives are gone. Sabotages are still activated for the next 20 minutes. Those will go 10 tel, and then all that'll be left are basically donating of stones and ore. You all may... we wanted to ask, who is still planning on participating in the incentive, or the twist of the Choppa? Right now, the score to beat is 33, I believe.
Can we only play it once?
You can only do it once.
Not Melon. Count Melon
Nyx,
out.
Are you planning on trying to beat that score?
Possibly.
Possibly. Okay. So we just wanted to know so we know. Keep in mind when you're looking at the scores, that will not that 20 points will not be put in anybody's score until everybody is done. Well, until you do it or decide that you're not going to do it. If you end up not doing it and it's the end of the time, that 20 points will get added at the end. So keep that in mind when you all are thinking about that with scores. Alrighty. All right, if y'all are ready, let's begin. 30 minutes left. Let's go. All right. Should I go to Elderwood and try to get platinum? I only need 4 pieces of platinum to take that spot. What are you all thinking, chat? Do it. Try to get some platinum. I really wish I had an ore compass for it. Let's see what we can do. We need to keep an eye, and of course we'll know about it, right, with the scores. We got to keep an eye. Is Sheeta in Kilima? That's a good question. Or is Sheeta in Kilima? Because if she's in Kilima, that's dangerous for us. I can't tell over on the screen, but in Elderwoods? Okay. So that's a plus for us there in that fact, but it also means that she can gain more platinum while we're trying to catch up to her platinum. So that's a possibility in that aspect. See what we can do here.
For silver, Melon has first place with 111. Second place is Amanda with 57, followed closely by Sheeta with 51. Last place is Nyx with 24.
Okay. It hasn't changed yet. Okay.
Gold.
Got it.
First place is Sheeta with 83, followed by Amanda with 62. Nyx with 43, Melon with 39, Platinum, Nyx with 65, Sheeta with 16, Amanda followed closely behind with 12, and Melon with 1. Amanda still holds the lead with 260 points, followed by Sheeta with 226, Melon with Nyx with 176, Melon with 153.
None of that's changed from the 30-minute time frame. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that nothing changed because I was trying to not ignore it, but ignore it.
It has been 25 minutes since our last donation. The charity mods look on in anguish, their tummies quivering in hunger. Pictures of sad
That's kind of a
charity
mood,
mods,
to be honest.
right? Pictures of sad charity mods from across the country flicker across your screens, and the arms of an angel play softly in the background.
Right. Was this the smartest move? Did I do the right thing? That really tripped me up, y'all. That was way too close to my name right there. Green eggs. Holy cow. Alright, come on, y'all. Last little bit left.
looks like we have 3 contestants hoping to make a solid ending to this charity by all being in Elderwood. Let's see if that pays off. So far, we're not seeing much change in the scoreboard.
Did I pass the phone right here? I'm wondering if I should go. I just don't think I'm close enough to either one of those gold or silvers. I wonder if I should just go back to Kilima. Just work on gaining more points. Because nobody is close to taking over the 3rd place spot for me in Platinum. So it's not like I could lose points out of that. What do you think, chat? Ooh. Gold? You think I should go back to Bahari? I mean, I only need 21 points in gold? 21 gold? I don't know if it's doable, but it might be doable. See with Isabel, go and try to get gold. Okay. I'll finish this little area right here, and then we'll go do that. I probably need to unload. Who is this? Nice. Okay, it's not one of ours.
Okay, for silver ore, Melon still has a resounding lead with 111, followed by Amanda with 57, Sheeta with 51, and Nyx with 24. Gold is standing at Sheeta with 83, Amanda with 62, Nyx with 43. Oh, I'm sorry, actually. Melon has 44, putting Nyx in last place with 43 for gold. Platinum, 65 for Nyx, 16 for Sheeta, and Amanda has 12, with Melon bringing up the rear with 1. Overall points, we're sitting at 260 for Amanda, followed by Sheeta with 228, Nyx with 171, and Melon with 167. I don't know about any of the rest of our viewers, but anytime we see the Queen of Mining competing in her charity organization events, we always wonder, will she be able to back up her claims of being the mining queen? So far, she hasn't been able to prove up those claims. Maybe this time she'll be able to bring it home.
We'll go this route. Should I do my south route? You all think? Just do my standard south route in Bahari and work around from there. Yeah. All right. Sadly, I have a feeling that 600 is what we're gonna raise, y'all. I don't know if we're gonna get any more donations in. I hope we do, but if not, it is what it is. $600 is still an amazing amount of money raised. Especially if Melon is Melon in Bahari. I don't know if anybody answered that, but I think that's a smart thing for me moving over here because she can possibly take over my second place in gold. So ow, 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 that hurt. She just looked up like it moved up to 233. Melon, it's 174. Nick's 176.
15 minutes, contestants. 15 minutes.
That's 15 minutes. Updated the scores.
Look at them scurrying. Isn't it glorious? And I love that it's for charity.
Updated scores. I just noticed on the scores, Melon, you're at 174. Nix, you're at 176. There's a garnet. Oh my god, y'all, the desire right now. Had to. Could have been a plushie in that. You didn't, but okay.
Overall point totals, Amanda is holding first place firmly with 288, followed by Sheeta with 233, Nyx with 176, and Melon with 174. Let's see who's going to take third place. Our ore counts are... still Melon with 111.
Just do update.
Amanda with 57, Sheeta with 51, and Nyx with 24. Gold is Sheeta with 83, Amanda with 62, Melon with 44, and Nyx with 43. Platinum is Nyx with 66, Sheeta with 16, Amanda with 12, Melon with 1. Well. Let's see what we have.
We'll worry about that donation, but we'll see what it comes of it. I'm not getting any.
Sheeta, you have received gold ore and silver ore.
But silver makes me concerned. How much? How many? How many? How many silver and gold?
Good question.
What needed to know?
2 of each.
Okay, that's fine. That does not overtake my silver right now.
Let's see. How is that affecting Sheeta's totals?
The gold was kind of useless. They should have done 4 silver for her. 4 silver would have been more beneficial for her. Unfortunately.
That means that Sheeta remains in the lead for gold with 85. Silver, she is still holding third place with 53.
I don't know if those got added. Did they get added and I just missed them? Maybe they did and I just missed that total add in. Yeah, that's right. You're right. She had 51. So 4 away. 4 away. That's nerve-wracking.
Nyx and Melon are tied with 176.
I still, you're right. The metal chopper. I still have that 20 point. That's possibly getting added to my score.
Sheeta is creeping up with 235. Amanda still holds the lead
beats
with
my
288. And we have less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes until this event is over.
Well, that 20 points would put me in 300 mark, which would be awesome. This last half hour has been so bad, y'all.
I got a green Briar Daisy from the loot pile.
Who was that?
Nyx.
Nyx,
Fridays is not
fabulous.
rare, so.
Congratulations.
Fridays aren't rare. Sorry.
Correct, they're uncommon.
It's better than a potato. Sheeta is still making work, pacing Amanda with 240. Amanda still holds the lead with 288. Nyx and Melon are
Darn it.
tied for third place at 176. Let's see here. Sheeta, you have been gifted 6 silver ore.
Oh, anybody want to donate silver to me? Come on.
Which means Sheeta has stolen second place in silver by 2 points with 59. Amanda's trailing with 57. Nyx is bringing up last place with 24. Melon still has the over-resounding lead with 111.
3 silver, y'all. Can somebody donate 3 silver to me?
Meaning that Sheeta is still creeping up on Amanda, slowly but surely at 245. Amanda is still holding the lead with 283. Nyx and Melon are still tied with 176.
Can I go try to get a silver bar, Roy, Bill? In the last 5 minutes, go get silver. I was so hoping that was going to be a plushie. I think I'm going to go get a silver. Last 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes until this event is over. Get those donations in.
I would have laughed if that was silver right there. It glistened for like a split second. I was like, ooh, there's the silver I needed.
Nyx and Melon have
Starred quartz.
4 minutes to decide who is taking third place. Isn't this exciting? Sheeta is creeping up on Amanda with 245. Amanda still holds the lead with 283.
Another quartz.
No one is touching Nyx's lead in platinum with 66. Gold is still resoundingly Sheeta's with 85. Closest is Amanda with 62. Silver is a resounding success for Melon with 111.
Your,
Sheeta has 59
donation.
for second. Oh, a donation. What's this? Amanda has been gifted 4 silver ore.
Thank
meaning
you, Lou.
Amanda takes first place back with 61 pieces of silver.
Second place.
Sheeta trailing by 59. Second place. I think it's at second place. Making the overall totals Amanda 291, Sheeta 242.
Can I make this 300 without that 20
Nyx
points?
and Melon are still tied with 176.
I need 9 points to make this 300 without, even without the Choppa score getting added afterward. Unless Nyx, I don't know if Nyx is gonna try to do that the metal Choppa or not. Got me.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining.
Back to back to back green eggs. I'm glad you donated the silver Lulu because I am not finding any. Green eggs and ham to celebrate? How do you even make green eggs? I don't have a stove or an oven. I can't make green eggs and ham. I have no stove or oven right now until we
1
get
minute.
things going with it. So we got some
Amanda is still in first place with
Internet
291.
work,
Sheeta 242. Nyx and Melon are still neck and neck with 176. In silver, Sheeta is trailing with 59 to Amanda's 61. Gold. Melon at 55.
15 seconds left.
Oh lord.
10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Time is up. I got one piece of silver off of that at the end. Y'all, what a round. Put your inventory up just so the mods can double check, make sure everything is good to go. So how many green eggs did everybody get? I'm looking at like 30. I think I got 60, like 65 green eggs. Y'all are all deafened if you're talking back at me. Or not deafened, but muted.
No, I'm
I got
I was
63.
panicking. I'm freaking
Also same.
out.
Y'all were amazing. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Thank you for letting me compete with y'all because I don't get to do that very often. But I wanted to make sure that we got the event going. Unfortunately, if I didn't step in, we weren't going to have the event. I can't do this event with just 3 streamers. I don't think it's enough, right? Like 4 to 5 is a great number for this event. So I stepped in to try to save the event so that we can make sure that we were able to keep the event alive. So thank you guys for
So
participating.
technically, you didn't actually participate, and I win, right? Right?
That's not how this works. But yeah, so we raised $671, which is amazing. Just so we can do a quick announcement as well. Next month's charity event is going to be for the Trevor Project. I believe it's April 18th is the date, if my brain is braining correctly. But the link to sign up for it is in the Discord. So if anybody wants to join in on that event, make sure you pop in there and fill out a form so we can get it. The quicker that streamers do forms, the quicker that we can decide our 5 streamers. The quicker we can start fundraising or advertising, you know, and pushing out the event. That makes it so much easier on everybody else. So if you're thinking about doing it or able to do it, make sure you sign out the paper forms.
Scores are current.
All right, go ahead.
Me? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
One second. Glasses. Where's my glasses?
Got enough
Okay.
enough food. You can fill out the you can announce the scores.
Nyx has 176. Melon 180 for third place. Sheeta 242 for second. And Amanda for 265.
Is that added the 20 points for the Choppa? Just asking.
I will double check.
Did I lose? No.
Now it should include that total for a resounding 285 for first.
I was trying for 300. I was so trying for 300. I was close, but it went down, so I don't know if something changed in my scores or towards the end, but all right. So hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself. I do want to thank you guys for participating and having a good time with the event. Also keep in mind, I know this round was a little bit different than our normal rounds because I was participating and not hosting it. But if you all have any feedback, suggestions, critiques, things you really liked, things you didn't like about it at all, I want it all. Please DM me, send me a private Discord message. Let me know your thoughts about it. The only way we can make these events better is if we know what to do to make them better. What to keep, what to get rid of. So don't feel like you are going to make me mad or upset that you critique something that we did. But let us know. I want to know this feedback. It's the only way to continue to keep these events going and make them better. Thank you guys so much for participating. Do y'all have anything y'all want to comment, say, anything like that before we head out of here?
Good job. Proud of you guys.
GG's,
It was
Nyx. It was
fun.
close. If I had not gotten that
was.
giant gold note at the end, I would not have made it.
Yeah.
GG's.
No, honestly, I'm just having fun, and to me, that's all that matters.
It was so fun.
Glad you guys enjoyed. I'm going to pop out of here because I need to get off here and get ready for work because I have to go to work now.
I want that
That's my
shirt you
life.
have on.
The Great Paley Charity shirt?
Yeah.
It is in the merch store. You can actually
Hell
get
yeah.
one. It's in
I'll
the
probably need it.
Bonfire merch store. But we also have some of the merch in my other shirt. You can do exclamation mark charity merch. I think gives both those links. And I'm gonna say y'all, if y'all buy the charity merch, that helps me to pay for the mystery outfits that we're doing, pays for the trophies and stuff like that. So it is very beneficial. So that one only does the bonfire link, which is all shirts and stuff. I think you can do exclamation mark merch, and that'll give the link for the fourth wall, which also has some Great Paley Charity Hunt merch as well, including the glasses, the mugs. the big mug. You can get the big mug out of that. So, yeah, make sure you guys check out the merch. I will talk to you all later. Thank you guys so much for participating and joining. I'm going to pop out of here, finish up my stream, and I will talk to you all later.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, guys. All right, y'all. That concludes the Great Paleo Charity Hunt round number 16. Which means we're down tumblers. Yes, tumblers. And yes, I need to go talk to Ulf real quick. I don't even know what my dailies were, if I completed any of those while we're doing this. Mirror Carp. Do I have time? Can somebody do exclamation mark Mirror Carp for me in the chat? Ponds with worms all day. Okay. I need to go to Elderwood first. Take care of that. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get that one pun done. Is Sheeta staying on? Can somebody let me know? Deepwood. Okay. Melon? Is Melon staying on or getting off?
Come to see my friend.
Alright, we're gonna have... Look. Yes! We got that taken care of. Do I have something in here for them? Let's give them food. Yeah, there we go.
So hungry.
Alright, that is done. We'll have that to take care of tomorrow. Don't forget we're doing a sashimi party tomorrow as well. So, make sure you guys hang out with us there. Okay. What about Nyx? Is Nyx staying on for a little bit, or is she getting off? They're not. Nerdy! I didn't realize there was a... Yeah, charity hunt today! We just finished our round. Let me sell this stuff here. Oh, I should put the green eggs in the thing too, right? Alright, we're gonna sell all of these. Put our start over here so we get those counted. Oops, not that. Not that. Alright. They'll be ending. Okay, so we just gotta figure somebody else to raid. That's fine. Let's get these added to our counter here. We got 1 starred garnet. We got 2 quartz. We got 4 citrines. And a amethyst. Our new scores there. Look at that. 160 garnets, 47 aquamarines, 185 citrines, 122 quartz, 41 jaspers, 30 onyxes, 22 sapphires, 18 emeralds, 45 amethysts, and 6 rubies. It does not have a... That's got to be a glitch. Hopefully, that's fixed when we come back. Alright, let's figure out who we're going to go and raid. Alright, I think I've decided who we're going to. Maybe. Hold on. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright. I found who we're going to. Like, if we get a raid out message, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you guys for hanging out and chilling with us. I appreciate all of the love and support, all the money that we raised. It's much, much appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow, Sashimi party at 6 p.m. And then we're gonna probably do this Ulf level 1 quest tomorrow before we do the sashimi party and everything else. So I will see you all tomorrow. Let me get this raid here set up. We're gonna go and raid Gummy J, one of our newer people we hung out with. They're an LGBTQI plus content creator, and it looks like they are celebrating their 6-year affiliversary. So we're gonna go over there and hang out with them for their affiliversary, okay? I will see you all. Do you need the info? I'll send you the charity name. I'm trying to think, should we put Behind the Lash streaming on it, or should we put Amanda Lay? I don't know, we'll figure that out. I'll discuss it and decide. Yeah, the charity name, I'll do that. We're probably just going to do the abbreviations because it's going to be too long to put the whole thing in there. But I'll send it over to you, Lilu, I promise. Alright, guys, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye!
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the Lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The Lashers here are like no other, a family that we have found. Through joy and laughter, we've connected. A bond that will forever be renowned. So let's keep dancing and celebrate the friendships that we've cultivated. As we bid adieu, we'll hold this night close. The memories like a sparkling